this is Sybert signing into Red Alert 3 on the map Cabana Republic for the last qualifier video. On the left, rocking the green, playing as the Empire. Give it up for Green Alert. No Soviets here. Meanwhile, on the right side, rocking the Allies, this is Zaid. It feels like in some ways this could be a best of 7 finals of a different event, and yet here it is in the lower bracket of the qualifier. Zaid and Green Alert going to be matching up. I feel like they have recently played in a finals, but it might have actually been semifinals or something. But it's Allies versus Empire, not Allies versus Soviets, and I know a couple of you out there will be very sad to see Green Alert playing Empire instead of Soviets. All throughout this event, he has switched. It feels like maybe 80% Soviets and 20% Empire, but he has switched it up here or there. And of course, a big thank you to Tim and MediaStorm for sponsoring the Gathering Storm event, for making some Red Alert 3 action happen here in the year 2026, and making some cryocopter action happening is Zaid. He did not go for an early barracks here on Cabana Republic. He will freeze. No, he misses it. He does not freeze the engineer. That was a very close engineer as well in terms of where the barracks was placed. Green Alert was able to jump inside of that oil derrick extremely quickly. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen an actual proper cryo rush on Cabana Republic. I feel like 10 years ago, this map was extremely cryo rush prolific. You know, people, Allied players in particular, loved their cryo rushes, but because Cabana Republic has been in a lot of tournaments replaced with other maps, and we don't see it nearly as much, and also cryo rushes have on many maps fallen out of favor. Instead, you know, people tend to go for other things. But here we go. This is an absolute classic. It feels a little bit late. It feels like we should be 30 seconds faster, but I think because he's going for the cryocopter up north, he hasn't been putting the pressure on the opponent's main base. He's been looking to clear out those oil derricks. Zaid is maybe taking a little bit of a different approach. Power plant is here. Multi-gunner turret is deployed. Nice and safe multi-gunner turret location. When you go this far out onto the water, okay, he can be tagged by the tank buster there. He is taking a bit of damage, and because the Vindicators are over at the oil derrick, they are not supporting this multi-gunner turret. You can also deploy the multi-gunner turret a bit safer so that it can kill the instant generator out there on the water. And okay, first multi-gunner turret not doing what he wanted, but Zaid has killed both of the oil derricks, so that is the goal he was hoping to accomplish, and he's done that. But I think he wanted a little bit more value out of that first multi-gunner turret. Generator is here, and that multi-gunner turret is a bit safer placed. Airfield would be lovely to have here. The Apollo getting clobbered, and the cryocopter running away. 2 more Apollos going to be making their way over, and they will be able to contend with these Tengus. 1 Tengu down, a second Tengu gets eliminated. Apollo close to death finally goes down, but traded back for 3 Tengus, and another Apollo does manage to escape. The cryocopter is safe. 2 out of the 3 Apollos are safe, and no airfield on the left side of the map for Zaid. Meanwhile, on the right side, it's the burst drone slowing down that harvester, but no tank busters over there. Straight into the seaport, no airfield at all on the left side for the Allied player. MCV sold off for Green Alert. He's got a cash boost, but he doesn't have enough power, so he sells off 1 of his defenders, and he keeps the other one for now. The engineer hanging out. Maybe a sudden transport will come out. There are complete walls on the other side of the map, so there's no easy grab of a building where you send the sudden transport over and you capture a building or you force your opponent to sell it off. Second multi-gunner turret is now here. Riptide here as well. Assault destroyer moving in. Engineer is ready to jump inside of a building if it needs to heal it up. Assault destroyer going to be backing up. This is a lot of tank buster firepower here, and that's a fully heroic tank buster being handed over. Tengu's moving in. Cryocopter goes down. Vindicators not under threat because the Tengus go for a transform, and that's a lot of dead Tengus on the front line. The Harvester down, the oil derricks down. Green Alert's economy is shrinking. He's had a pretty solid economy up to this point, but now that he's lost that Harvester, any reinforcements are going to be harder to come by. Sells off the barracks and gets himself another Harvester. MCV gone does make this difficult. Tengu's going to be circling around the north side of the map looking for a potential target. And as the game goes on, we're right near the 6-minute mark. Point defense drones should be coming in for this Empire player, but of course with no MCV, he doesn't have access to that. And what the Allied player does have access to with his MCV will be the cryo shot coming in momentarily. It should be timing out very, very soon here, and Zaid will have his choice of target. Tengu's coming in for the transform. One Harvester is basically guaranteed to die. There's going to be the cryo shot, forces the infantry away. A couple of them push back in. One multi-gunner turret may end up going down here, but he's trading back a lot of units for it. Freeze does wear off just in time. Tsunami tank pushing forward. The second Tsunami tank out onto the field, taking a lot of damage already, but the repair is nearby. And this Harvester, it hasn't been killed off, but it also is not safe to harvest. So Zaid will have to clean out these Tengus one by one. A tough fight for both of these players to kick off this series, the first of the last 4 best-of-7s that will decide who advances into that final seeding match, that final best-of-7 of this qualifier. And these 2 Tsunami tanks have found the angle that is safe from the multi-gunner turret. The engineer moving in as well, going to be forcing the cell of one of these structures. Gets locked down, will get cleaned up, and the tank buster's not able to do much against the black hole armor when it's activated. The assault destroyer now going to be taking massive damage, kills off one of the Tsunami tanks, and the second one, it does still survive. The big damage done by the multi-gunner turret, and the GG comes out. Zaid finishes off Cabana Republic with a win. And that'll take us to Mers Landing, game number 2. Will it just be another cryo rush here for Zaid? Maybe Green Alert will be able to get the win. Sticking with Empire. He has not given up the Empire just yet. He is not worried about switching back over to Soviets. But Zaid, does he go for a quicker airfield? It looks like he's opening normally. No fast airfield. He goes for the barracks. Gets himself an engineer. Okay, that's just a burst drone coming over. And no, it's into a war factory. That is not what you typically go for. The burst drone is maybe a little bit slow on the scout. Okay, he does curve back towards the main base. I think he's seen this potential Riptide. No, it's an IFV, not even a Riptide here, as the Peacekeeper jumps inside of the IFV and he runs off. Second refinery coming up just now for Zaid. So IFVs right out of the gate with a war factory, all before the second refinery actually gets finished for Zaid. A departure from your typical action from an allied player, and especially on Mers Landing, I feel like we've seen so many airfield first openings, like before first refinery, even really fast airfield openings are pretty common on this map. But Zaid doesn't care. He's playing his own style. He's doing his own thing. And it is triple IFV, I guess, as he is moving forward. Sells off both as the follow-up. Gets the airfield, sells off the barracks, sells off the war factory, and he is going to deal with tank busters and Imperial warriors the old-fashioned way. A couple of Vindicators coming out very soon. One Vindicator should be finishing up soon. All right, there it is, finally done. He's trying to decide how many walls he wants as he finally gets enough cash to finish off the walls, and he will finish the enclosure for that airfield. Imperial warriors themselves cannot harm this airfield any longer. Burst drone gets taken down, and the Vindicator can start cleaning out these tank busters. Very nice bomb splitting there for Zaid to start things off. Always good to have some nice bombs split well to start off this fight. Just gives you that extra value. IFV going to be pulled back. Tengus are now out on the field, and it's an MCV cell once again for Green Alert. It looks like it gets spotted. The Apollo coming through for the scout, like the burst drone, but perhaps a bit better of a scout. Engineer roaming around, Vindicator moving in, and the Vindicator will go down. The Tengus might be traded back. One gets answered by the allied player, and the others split to try and draw the attention away from that Empire main base. 2 Tengus go down as an answer for 1 Vindicator. The allied player is going to be happy with that, especially because curbing the Tengu numbers is a big part of how you stabilize this game and to stop it from getting out of control. If the Empire player gets too many Tengus, it can be difficult to deal with. 3rd refinery. Okay, Zaid is very confident that he is going to be able to pull something out here and that he is not under imminent danger. Okay, he knows he's under imminent danger out here on the front line, but he doesn't think they're really going to be crossing the map. He goes for that 3rd ref. He doesn't go for a big army swing or anything like that. He's not, holding up with a bunch of multi-gunner turrets already constructed. No 2nd airfield, no war factory. He didn't even go out to the water for a naval yard and try to go tier 2 for an assault destroyer. He believes he can hold this attack. And, well, he believed that probably before those IFVs got jumped on and one of them got deleted. Vindicator coming in. Bombs do drop. Tengus will be able to get some damage done back. Tankbuster's going to shred that multi-gunner turret very easily. Dog doesn't get a big bark off, so it's up to the Peacekeepers, the IFVs, and the MCV looking for that crush. Everyone goes down into their spider holes, and they are not going to be joining this fight. Tengus pushing in, and as long as those tank busters are trapped underground, the damage output of this Imperial army is severely limited. Tengus still do good work, though, and the tank busters now getting some damage into the MCV, surrounding the MCV, but that's 3 dead tank busters. High damage mode is about to take over this Conyard as it deploys. The engineer comes out, and Zaid is regretting his greedy plays. Zaid drops out of game number 2, and Green Alert evens things up. He punishes the low ground expansion. And we're on to the classic. We're on to Infinity Isle. There we go. That is as quick as they come. On the left side, going for that classic airfield first build, it's Zaid. Meanwhile, on the right side, sticking with his guns, keeping the Empire alive, this is Green Alert. Green Alert versus Zaid, trading blows evenly thus far. Sells off the barracks, goes for the double defender core as the follow-up. It worked on Cabana Republic. Can it work here on Infinity Isle? This is another map that players love their airfield first, love their cryocopters on, and that's why we saw the immediate response from Green Alert. He's going to try and grab... Oh, he missed it! The engineer actually got sniped this time. So often the engineer is able to safely jump inside of that oil derrick, but denying that oil derrick capture creates a problem for Green Alert. He spent the cash, but he will not reap the rewards, and instead, he is going to be down that income. He does sell off the barracks there, but that is a paltry prize compared to what he wanted. It has perhaps bought enough time to get these defender cores up. We've got 3 defenders. Sometimes you can find a good angle where with just 1 defender, you can still get a freeze. Okay, the MCV can now safely move. If he... Oh, he's trying to get out of dojo as well. And another defender core. It does take a long time for the MCV to freeze, but eventually you do need to break the freezy ray. Is he going to sell off this MCV and just count it as lost? Yeah, there we go. There's the sell-off. The cryocopter turns around. He gets the full cashback price of that MCV, and he gets as much as he possibly can before that. MCV down here in the south for Zaid. So now we've got the same kind of situation that we had on Cabana Republic. There is going to be a freezy ice ray that comes in at some point from Zaid. In 3 minutes or so, he is going to have a cryo shot that is ready to go. No Tengu's moving over just yet for Green Alert. He is not trying to stop the kill of this Harvester or the refinery up here. And, Harvester is about to get bombed out. Zaid can preserve his bombs. He's just dropped one, I believe. And waiting for the multi-gunner turret to finish up, unless he's already deployed it. Airfield is here in the south, nice and safe. And no, Zaid is not going super aggressive. He is wanting to play this one out a little bit slower. Happy to kill off one Harvester. He's existing with his own one Harvester. And now Zaid is going for the oil derrick as well. But no multi-gunner turret push. He wants to wait. He thinks it's going to be better if he waits a little bit longer. He's already cut off that bit of income. And there's the sell-off of the barracks. The oil derricks are now gone. But Tier 2 has finished up as well. So Green Alert does have a lot of firepower out here. Second refinery is going to get frozen. No, Zaid calls it off. Still waiting. No multi-gunner turrets, no MCV reposition. I was expecting that there would be a multi-gunner turret here to start the leapfrog process of slowly working towards that Empire base. One gets sold off, and if he sells off enough of these defenders, then he will also be able to sell off one of his power plants, especially depending on if this refinery ends up getting sold off. The Harvester finishes back up, so this is now go time for Zaid. He needs to do something about that Harvester. If he lets him just sit with two Harvesters, then it's going to eventually get bad for the allied player. Assault Destroyer should be on the way. Zaid is also low power mode, so he needs to deploy another power plant, or he's going to be stuck with that high build times, those extended build times. Tengu plus VXs, it's a powerful combination against cryocopters and against assault destroyers as well, which feel like they just take an absolute eternity to build with that slow build mode. Zaid has now got his lights back on. He can maybe even deploy an additional power plant if he wants to go for, okay, well, now that the MCV's packed up and the lights are back off, but he needs a power plant if he wants to go for any additional multi-gunner turrets. Sells off the airfield over there. Could potentially also bring this Peacekeeper or whatever's inside that structure over if he, if he's going to make use of that cryo shot from the sky. Crush is coming through. Goodbye to the Assault Destroyer and goodbye to the Cryocopter. Is it about to escape? The Tengu goes down. The Apollos escape. And the Assault Destroyer gets absolutely destroyed, but everything else from the allied player managed to make it away, but this MCV was supposed to be protected. It wasn't supposed to be defenseless on the front line like that. The multi-gunner turret gets deployed. The defender will be sold off. The power plant goes down, and the Harvester is under threat. The other Harvester working away happily in the north, and that multi-gunner turret goes down. That is not how Zaid wanted that sequence to go. That Assault Destroyer was supposed to survive a lot longer than that. Green Alert, he's down to the 2 power plants, but he's only got 1 defender core. He can't quite sell off a power plant just yet. We'll see if he keeps around both of these refineries for now. And he did manage to sneak up that oil derrick. That was a very nice move by Green Alert. I assume that's the MCV engineer that he managed to sneak over there. Tsunami tanks backing off. Some of the infantry did get cleaned up in that last fight, and the Cryocopter did not get cleaned up in that last fight. Vindicators coming in. Apollo's hoping to get the kill. One striker goes down, but traded back for an Apollo. The allied player is happy with that exchange, at least for now. The second Apollo did manage to escape. The Cryocopter is safe for now. VXs Was that, what was that just being activated? A suspicious move here from the Empire player. Goes forward, the Assault Destroyer absorbing the damage. The MCV safe for now, in a manner of speaking, as an Apollo goes down. The Tengus will fall, the Assault Destroyer goes down, and now that MCV is vulnerable, left on its own out in the open. But the Apollo can chase away those VXs. The Strikers transform. Their rocket pods are upgraded, and they blast down the Apollo as the Tsunamis chase down the MCV, and the Allies are routed. Green Alert finds his big win here on Infinity Isle, shreds the Vindicator as it tries to land. And the GG comes out. Green Alert gets the win, and Zaid runs out of steam. It's a symbol of the people, and it's a symbol of the Soviets, because here in game number 4, rocking the green, going for his crane first Soviet opener, it's Green Alert. Rocking and rolling with those grinding, crushing gears. Meanwhile, on the right side, also switching it up. It's a double switch up. This is Zaid. Yeah, I mean, I was not necessarily expecting the switch up from Green Alert, but I'm not surprised by it, of course. Of course, he is a Soviet powerhouse player, but I was definitely not expecting the switch up from Zaid, from Allies into Empire, but here we go, and he has not gone for the quick third refinery. In this particular case, Green Alert goes for the third refinery on the high ground, a build that we have seen become very, very common with Empire players on Epicenter Island specifically, but in this case, he doesn't quite manage to get it. No switch over to the mine, so that Flak Trooper just goes down, and the Tengu survives more than half HP. The Dojo goes down, the MCV finishes up that refinery up there, and the War Factory is now being added on. It's a little late, but at least, I guess, better late than never, as this Harvester, oh, he's going for the MCV crush. He's going for the big boost of money as Green Alert has been spotted out. The fast third refinery gets identified very early on, but then the MCV crush gets spotted by this other Mecha Tengu. Zaid knows exactly what is going on, and a second sentry gun will be added into the mix as well. The Tengu's very low on health, at least one of them is, but the other one is looking pretty good. Harvester getting back to work since that Tengu has been sent packing. The adaptive armor helping out big time for these Tengus, or for these Harvesters, allowing them to avoid certain doom from these Tengus. Another sentry gun being added on, not even a flak cannon there to defend against a VX switch up, but the third refinery from the Empire player has been spotted by the bear of Green Alert. Of course, with this Crusher Crane and this 3 refinery setup, Green Alert is well established for the mid-game, but, you know, he's a little bit limited if he wants to go for a 4th or a 5th refinery. He's not totally capped. He can go for a base crawl, he can go for a Sputnik, but so often on this map, players love to try and play off of the 3 refineries. You have a nice little almost a line setup here between the high ground and your main base. Tengu's moving in. You have a nice little like line setup there, but it's, you know, sometimes there's an advantage to going for a 4th or a 5th refinery, as this Tengu is going to be happy to trade his life, goes down to the Bullfrog anti-air fire, and the flak cannon has finished up. On the other side of the map, it's going to be Bullfrogs moving in. No hammer tanks because they're a little slow still down here on the low ground. Meanwhile, tank busters going into their hidey holes away from the bears. The roar caught one, and that'll be the hammer tank to get the crush. Or maybe the Tengu will go down as the Striker moves in. The Bullfrogs need to be brought back to the front line, and Green Alert is just going for the old classic. Couple of hammer tanks, couple of Bullfrogs, and seeing how much chaos he can cause, but the tank busters are tearing apart this Soviet army. The vehicles are good, but the lasers are better. Last tank goes down. Refinery safe, and it's a bit of a wash. Tengu going down, VX going down, but traded back for some bullfrogs and hammer tanks. A couple of infantry going down, both players incurring some losses, but I feel like it has to be worse for Green Alert. He has to have lost more, even if it's just slightly there in that last exchange. One Tengu gets locked down by that terror drone, stasis forever just outside of the Soviet base. Maybe his friend can go save him, that Imperial warrior moving over to potentially save that Tengu. Tank busters ready to pop back out, but the bears equally ready to paw them back into the ground. Hammer tanks, still only 2 of them here, but 3 bullfrog friends mean that these strikers won't have a free kill of these hammer tanks. At least 1 striker will go down in this exchange. The hammer tank goes down, and the striker does fall. 2 of them going down, a 3rd and a 4th very low on health. The extra damage coming in from somewhere from the hammer tank, as that hammer tank leached the flak cannon away from the bullfrog and managed to get an extra kill there. 2 or 3 of those strikers going down in that exchange, but now the twin blades are out on the map. For bullfrog moving forward, Tengu's on retreat, as this Empire player is hoping to be able to live on this 3 refinery setup for a little longer. Point defense drones should be coming up very soon, which will help the Tengus deal with the twin blades. Okay, maybe not if they're already in the sky. I guess the point defense drones really just help the Tengus survive against the bullfrogs. It's not like they boost damage versus the twin blades, but I think you know what I mean there with the strikers on the ground and the Tengus in the sky. It's a tricky engagement for both players, as they are hoping to find the angle that their opponent is not expecting. The twin blades trying to navigate around the strikers, the Tengus and the strikers doing the same, trying to navigate around the bullfrogs and the twin blades. And we must have a couple of terror drones or hammer tanks or something else. It can't be a pure twin frog combo, right? That bear scoots over to the expansion. He wants to keep an eye on the water, as this harvester will be found out open and exposed. There's going to be a MiG showing up to help deal with these Tengus, but that's 3 dead twin blades as the strikers get on top of the bullfrogs, and the GG comes out as Zaid picks up his 2nd win and evens up the score. We're plunging into the depths of the ocean, or perhaps just the depths of the blue color palette here on Deep Sea. And not playing blue, but rocking the green, rocking the Soviets. This is Green Alert. It didn't work out last time. It seems 3rd refineries might be a little cursed in this game. In the south, rocking the Empire once again, playing the blue on theme. This is Zaid. Zaid happy to pick up his 2nd win. He took a loss in that game number 2. The Mers Landing game, where he went for the 3rd refinery, and then in this one, Green Alert goes for that fast 3rd refinery. He loses out as well. In that previous game, Super Reactor is on the field. No 3rd refineries here, so we'll see if this spells disaster or victory for Green Alert. Also, I don't think at this point it would be kind of crazy if Zaid decided to go for a 3rd. Knowing what he knows now, spotting out the Soviet MCV as he does now. And yeah, the burst drone did get to the other side of the map, so he did get a full scout of this. I mean, what else could it mean when you see the Soviet MCV barreling down the middle of the map like that? The roar a moment too late. Zaid a little too quick, tapping that F key to hide those tank busters away from the scary, scary roar. Barrack's going to be coming in a classic way to try and force an opponent to build something else. And can this Defender Corps be cut off by an MCV position? I'm not actually sure if it can, but the MCV can kind of just body block. Oh, it's actually going to be a bear, not an engineer, popping on out just in time. The bear looking to go for the roar, forces down the tank busters once again. The roar lands the second time, but this Tesla coil has finished up. Well-timed, as there go the Tengus. They are running for the hills, and the first blast of the Tesla coil is not actually aimed at a harvester, a refinery, or a war factory. It's blasting away these individual Imperial warriors, and goodbye to Zaid's base. He is abandoning ship and heading to the other side of the map. A couple of flak troopers perhaps in this building. Walls will need to be sold off. Armor will need to be adapted. And the engineer jumps inside of the refinery. A harvester is on the way as Green Alert is looking to stabilize his income by stealing the buildings from his opponent. And it looks like that might have been an MCV cell as well. So the Soviet options are a little bit more limited, but he got his build radius deployed here. He's got himself well set up. He won't necessarily be able to go for an extra engineer. We'll see what that harvester decides to do, as both players are going on the offensive with their harvesters as the Tengus tear down the barracks. The war factory has finished up. The hammer tank is out, but the Tesla coil isn't quite done just yet. Tank busters running for their life, but they're down in their hidey holes, and he gets the double crush anyways. Triple crush for those tank busters. All three of them going down. And now the harvester goes down to the Imperial warrior. That hero harvester. I don't know that he was really a hero, but he tried. He tried to be a hero as the GG comes out, and the Tesla coil push works out this time for Green Alert. And as we jump into the water here on Icebreaker, that dog just taking a path of maximum jumpage as Zaid goes for the scout. We do have a return to form of sorts, with Green Alert going for the Empire and Zaid swapping it back to allies. No more Soviets here on Icebreaker. Dog does get pulverized there. The engineer will jump inside of the oil derricks, but I feel like we're missing something in this set of games. We've had quite a good back and forth. Airfield, not quite first. It is after the first refinery, but it is before the second refinery. So a bit of a quick airfield there for the Allied player. But we're missing one thing, I think, from this particular set of games. We are missing the opportunity for a nice long macro game from these guys. Laser lock will help bring down that barracks. Most of the Imperial warriors are cleaning up the peacekeepers. And one left to go for the gold. He gets the kill on that javelin soldier. Goodbye, Javy boy. As, yeah, we've had maybe some attempts at macro games, with a third refinery taken by Zaid on Mers Landing, and a third refinery nice and early on Epicenter Island by Green Alert, but no real, let's just handshake and go for the macro game. No tier 3 here in this series. Even with the cryo rushes, where you get to tier 2 technically, it didn't feel like we really got to see the breadth and the depth of these players' abilities, because they were locked down with the cryocopters trying to force the end of the game, and Green Alert desperately trying to defend against said cryocopters. So I feel like we need a good handshake macro game to send this series out on. But I'm not sure that Icebreaker is the map for that. Some players do not believe in the macro capabilities of this map. They do want to camp their MCV in the middle and try and just push from there. But, of course, in the past, we have seen some absolutely delightful, dangerous macro games on this version of the map. And we do have... it looks like we do at least have a handshake for the third refineries. We don't know if they're really going to progress much beyond that, because from this point, there is a strong desire for the Allied player to camp their MCV into the middle of the map, and that can either spell disaster or victory for them as they progress to the next stage of the game. VX is doing some big damage. These defenders getting a lot of missiles out into those aircraft, but everybody survives for the current moment. The damage sort of gets split across a couple of targets, and now everyone can repair back up to full health. And for now, the buildings have been cut off from attacking this refinery. The walls are in place to keep that harvester safe. Strikers over top. The Mecha Bay upgraded to Tier 2 a little while ago. And now the Allied aircraft moving back in for another scout. They're just going to go for the dojo there. So they get the confirmation scout on what the Empire player is doing, but they don't look to do much more than that. And yeah, this is first step. If you actually want to take over the middle, you need to clear these buildings, either by taking them over or by clearing them out in terms of destroying them. And while that is definitely one way to go, it does take a little while to actually clean out these buildings. Javelin soldiers can do it pretty efficiently, and the Striker's going to get a couple of more shots off, but the Vindicators pull back nice and early. Multi-gunner turret really anchoring the Allied player here in the middle of the map. Maybe not anchoring him too much if the lights are out, but anchoring him for the most part here in the middle of the map. Tsunami tanks out onto the field, third refineries and now fourth refinery up and running for Zaid, but it's unmatched at the current moment by the Empire player. The Allied players, they love taking the middle of the map with their MCV. Any small-ish map, even on big maps, they'll try and move their MCV into a more advantageous position. But especially on these smaller maps, they do like to do it. But it can be a tasty treat that goes awry. It can be poison candy for the Allied players. This Harvester has taken a ton of damage, and the Tsunami tank goes down, but the explosion takes out the Harvester as well. A VX gets eliminated, and this is costly for the Allied player. It does seem to be fairly costly for the Empire player as well, yes, but the Allied player is not getting a free expansion here. Zaid slowly trying to creep his way out onto the map with a progression and a wall of these defenses. He's taking over buildings. The engineer! What was that engineer doing? Was that from the MCV cell? It must have been. The dojo is there, but the MCV cell engineer gets sniped, and green alert. He wants to try and take back the middle of the map. Javelin soldiers starting to break open these buildings, and the tank busters in the building soon going to force those peacekeepers out. Tsunami tank on the front line getting bursted by those peacekeepers, but it'll be the Vindicators that actually get the kill. Apollo's going to be backing on off, and this refinery has not been broken. The Harvester went down. It took some damage. The multi-gunner turret still stands, though, and a second multi-gunner turret is being added on. With no MCV, there's no multi-gunner, there's no point defense drones to help out these Empire units. These Strikers are just sort of on their own as that Tsunami tank gets blasted and the tank busters get forced back. Cryo shot will rain down. Vindicators moving in. Transform does happen, but the Apollos are also here. One Apollo gets shattered, broken apart as those Strikers land their shots, but the Peacekeepers are basically unopposed. Tank busters and Strikers do not make very good Peacekeeper killers. Another Striker going down. Green alert just parking his units in range of enemy fire and not really doing that much about it. The MCV cell kind of forced him into this feeling of desperation where he wants to take the middle of the map and he's just camping out there to do it, but that's obviously not a winning strategy for him. Tsunami tanks just keep getting picked off. Multi-gunner turrets, Vindicators, they're finding easy kills against these higher tech Empire units. They're able to just knock them down one at a time, and now green alert, he's wasted a lot of that cash that he got from selling off his MCV, and Zaid has been slowly pushing out this front line. We talked about leapfrog in a previous game, but this feels a lot more leapfroggy than any of the games prior to this. The MCV hasn't really moved from that position. He has been doing all of this mostly with his units. A little bit with the multi-gunner turrets, but it's mostly been the units. Repeat bombing runs, the Peacekeepers, the Javelin soldiers, and yeah, Cryo shot helping out here or there, but a lot of it has been the units on the ground and not necessarily just the MCV planted in the middle of the map and getting a free win that way. Power plant now going to be targeted down. Transport is also here. What's packed along inside? 5 tank busters, or maybe an engineer to try and force a different kind of a decision by the allied player. It's going to be 4 tank busters as the cryo shot comes in, and this is pretty much the big Empire push here as he's looking to end the game and looking to end the series right here, right now, as Green Alert is targeting the MCV, but his tank busters have mostly gone down. The tsunami tank gets shattered, and the rest run for the hills as the 3rd refinery gets killed off, and the GG comes out. Green Alert falls apart on Icebreaker, and Zaid will send us to the ace match. And it all ends here on Battle Base Beta for game number 7 for the ace match of this series. One last chance to keep his tournament hopes alive. This is Zaid. And then on the brink of being knocked out from a second qualifier, this is Green Alert. He was not able to make it through the BattleNet qualifier, and here he is for his second shot in the CCO qualifier, down to the ace match, down to game number 7, and there's one more series after this, and then the seeding match. But that one, you know, that one you're already in playoffs. It's just, are you the number 3 seed or are you the number 4 seed? Not so much are you in playoffs. Airfield coming up. Double refinery already finished. Walls being added on. We didn't get our tier 3, but we did at least get the 3rd refinery handshake from these 2 players, and now it's back to big aggression. Gone is the era of the double barracks opener for allied players, where they just dump 3 or 4 grand into building a whole bunch of infantry. Here it's into the airfield, but there was not enough defense. The Vindicator gets out, but when he drops his bomb, he's got bombs. He's got nowhere to go. There's no home to fly back to. Another airfield should be finished up very soon. There it is. He can now refuel and rearm. It is an arms race, but a race against time. Who can refuel and who can get the walls out as the crush is going to come through? The harvester goes down. The damage is being done as the walls come back up to try and slow this down, but it's only one Vindicator. So much time was lost by the allied player as he was not able to get out a second Vindicator. 3 bombs can only do so much. 6 could do so much more. It is dire straits for this allied player as Zaid, with his tournament life on the line, forwent the necessary defense, and he is paying the price now as the Imperial Warriors try to rush through the walls. The tank busters try to melt through the metal as the MCV is brought onto the front line to try and crush these units. The Imperial Warriors may be going down, but the repair is going to have to work overtime to keep the MCV alive versus these tank busters. The damage is coming out. Green Alert is buying so much time for himself. Back on the other side, a Vindicator goes down, but the damage has been done, and most of the infantry has been cleaned up. The repair comes through clutch for the allied player. The tank busters doing big damage, but the MCV has survived. The Vindicator is refueled one last time. The bomb splits are looking perfect, and the oil derricks have gone over to Green Alert, but the fight has finally been cleaned up by Zaid. The damage done is enormous. The game's timer might as well have been reset for Zaid 2 minutes in. Rebuilding the airfield, rebuilding the refinery, losing so much in the first 4 minutes of this game. Double oil derrick, 3rd refinery on the way. Cryo shot will be coming up soon, but it's not ready yet. That might be the way back into this game. A quick tier 2 already online for Zaid. Cryocopters and a shrunken down MCV. He's not going for an expansion. He's going across the map to do some damage. Green Alert has had all the time in the world, it feels like, to do anything and everything that he wants, and his choice is clear. A 3rd refinery, the double oil derrick, He wanted to go for a bit of eco before teching up. And the cryocopter has now revealed itself. The Tengus are in pretty good numbers. There's 4 or 5 of them out on the field. And this third refinery is going to be a buffer. Oh, he pulls back. Where's the MCV? The MCV did not actually go very far. It got shrunk down and it rushed over here to deploy a barracks. But Zaid is waiting for something else. Waiting for a double engineer. $1,000 to heal up the MCV and take back that oil derrick that should be his. But he's spending more cash just on engineers, not on things that actually accomplish anything in the game. Cryoshot will be ready. Now that the point defense drones are online, both of those typically tick over around the same time. Engineer doesn't want to pop out now. That's a bad time with all of these Tengus over top. And Green Alert is looking to put on a bit of pressure that can end the game with point defense drones. 3 Apollos don't stand much of a chance. Javelin soldiers are going to make this a bit more of a fair fight, but this is still so many Tengus. They go for the transform after they kill off that cryo, and the multi-gunner turret comes in. The Vindicator bombs come in. The Tengu ranks are being thinned, but Green Alert doesn't need to win the game here. He just needs to stop Zaid from getting back in it. Apollos are going to land. Cryocopters not needed because everything's in the sky now, as another cryocopter can't even be afforded by Zaid. His army gets trashed. He really needs another multi-gunner turret. He needs anything and everything. The cryo shot did not come in clutch, but he did grab the oil derrick, so he's got a little bit of stability there, a little bit of extra income to help out with these harvesters. But Zaid is just fighting for his life, and Green Alert is sort of just playing to keep himself in a good position. He takes a 4th refinery. He taunts his opponent by trying to knock down this harvester. Wasteful with his Tengus, perhaps, but it almost doesn't even matter. As the harvesters go down, the refinery gets sold off. Zaid's hopes and chances dwindling down to 0 in this game. The Vindicator drops its bombs. The multi-gunner turret keeping the Tengu numbers down. But again, the other side of the map is so undisturbed. It's all so free for Green Alert. GG comes out as Zaid will tap out. Green Alert claims the ace match and will advance into the last round for qualification. But first, we've got one more best of 7 here in round 4. And that'll take us to Battle Base Beta. Welcome to a fresh game number 1. It's another elimination series here in the lower bracket. In the north, rocking the Empire, this is Daki MK. And meanwhile, in the south, 32 oil derricks, the other Empire player. We've got ourselves an Empire mirror to finish out round 4 of the lower bracket. Whoever wins this still has one more best of 7. They are so close to those qualification rounds, but still 2 opponents left to actually qualify to playoffs, to actually qualify for the top 8. And both of these players have one best of 7 and then another best of 7 to get through. 8 games win to make it into playoffs. And we're kicking it off with a very classic, very old school match here on Battle Base Beta. And as we get closer and closer to the end of the tournament, we're also getting closer and closer to the end of 1.12.6. So for maybe sometime into the future, there will be no more Battle Base Beta games. It will become a nostalgia map. At least for tournaments that I run, I do plan on retiring the original maps, if at all possible. We'll see how good the newer maps are. Walls coming up, double thick walls, but one of the tank busters actually makes it through. The sudden transport from 32 oil derricks going to be trying to bring some pain. He almost gets shut down by the dojo, but the dojo will go down. Tengu manages to snag a kill, but a couple of more Tengus now showing up for 32 oil derricks. This all-out assault is not over yet. Power plant out here on the front line. Tank Buster is going to be able to tear that down. Tengu's moving in to respond from Daki. Can he actually get the kills that he's looking for? No, he's abandoning his base, and he is saying, I'm going to attack you on the other side of the map, and I'm going to try and shut you down over there. MCV going to be taking a decent amount of damage. It looks like the Tengu's trading against each other, and no, Daki is now back. He's lost his power plant. He's in low power mode. His production is going to be slow for perhaps the rest of this game. Maybe not if he does manage to knock down this attacking force, but he's going to have to hold this pretty much perfectly. Sudden transport going to get jumped on. Tengu's going to be able to trade back and forth. Reinforcements showing up from Daki, and he has shut down most of the Tengus of his opponent, but not all of them. 3 Tengus remain. The sudden transport so close to death. 2 tank busters managing to get a couple of extra shots, but it's not enough. The sudden transport goes down, and so do the tank busters. The trade back and forth, fast and furious, but at the end of the day, 32 oil derricks is still up in army value. And we're to the point where I'm pretty sure that is entirely Tengu's. I don't know that he has a single other unit on the map other than Tengu's, which does mean that this army value, the Imperial Warriors, the Tank Busters from Daki, might be not very helpful if he's not actually able to get them into a good defensive position. If they just get dropped on and cleaned up in a moment, they will add almost nothing into this fight, and 32 oil derricks will maintain his army advantage over his opponent. That low power mode causing some real problems for Daki over the course of this game. Oil derrick now going to be getting targeted. The oil derrick on the 32 oil derricks side of the map, we saw that one got taken down from the high ground a bit earlier on, so both players are now down to just their harvesters, but neither player has sold off their MCV yet. It's not quite an all-in. The numbers are very close. I think it's a 1 Tengu advantage for 32 oil derricks, but currently I think that Tengu is crossing the map. I don't think he actually has it right here, right now. He's bided his time. He's bid enough time that the army value of Daki has closed the gap. There is still a bit of a difference. Again, the infantry may be adjusting the army value count just a little bit there. As 32 oil derricks, he does not have defender's advantage. So if he does not favorably win the Tengu trade, the reinforcements, the repairs here for Daki will potentially just win the battle. Even if he's down 1 or 2 Tengus when the fight starts, he might be able to win through reinforcements and repairs. It does come down to the execution. It can get very messy when it is Tengu's. Point defense drones here for both players. Running away. Tengu in the middle of the map. Both players potentially going to just be trying to trade against the other one. This might be the option. This might be the opportunity for both of them. There's like 1 Tengu on each side of the map, trying to defend back at home. And there's the big transform. Tengu's going to be transforming on both sides of the map. Harvester's taking a bit of damage. Meanwhile, on the north side, the MCV going to be pushing away those Tengus. Harvester down for Daki. Harvester not down yet for 32 oil derricks. It's off the line. It's not actually harvesting. MCV gets a couple of crushes, 2, maybe 3 of those Tengus going down essentially for free. Meanwhile, on the Daki side of the map, 32 oil derricks, he got the damage done that he wanted. He avoided the crush, and now he has the superior numbers. Daki is down even more in army supply, and that's going to get worse as that second harvester comes back online for 32 oil derricks. He's now surrounded. He's lost his harvester, and now the harvester count has been equalized. Low power mode for 32 oil derricks because he lost that power plant, but the MCV would matter so much more. If Daki loses the MCV, the game will go with it. Not short after, and there goes the MCV. The power, the production, everything is now offline as this harvester is going to get targeted. The space cable here to witness 32 oil derricks not even his last stand, is he's just going to transform and escape out of there. He's gotten the kills that matter most. He has won the scrap in the biggest way by killing the MCV, and he has put a permanent clock on this game for Daki. And now Daki has a tier 2 to worry about as well. Whoa! And there we go. The GG comes out from Daki. Double sell-off of those refineries right at the end from 32 oil derricks. I wasn't clocking how much cash he had back, but he might have been in a bad spot, and Daki might have been able to hold out for a few moments longer, but that will do it. Game number 1, a tight fight, but it goes to 32 oil derricks. The Empire Mirrors will continue here on the Liberation Freeze in the north. Up 1-0. This is 32 oil derricks. Narrowly winning out that last game and needing to hold on for just a little bit longer. This is Daki. I did not check what the status of 32 oil derricks was right at the end of that game, but he might have been closer to disaster than it initially seemed. And if Daki can get that incredibly close to knocking him down, then maybe he can do it here in game number 2. But of course, this is Liberation Freeze. This is not Chrysoberyl Garden. It is a little bit of a weird setup here with the oil derrick on the low ground instead of the high ground, and the expansions are laid out just a bit differently. But if that last game is anything to go by, I don't know that there's going to be a third refinery in any of this series. We might just have 7 straight games of 2 refinery all-in sort of play. That is how a lot of Empire Mirrors tend to go. Sudden transport on the move. We can assume that it's loaded up with tank busters. Another sudden transport, this time here from Daki, loaded up with 5 tank busters as well. Tengu's on the scout. Sudden transport down to the south. Tengu's looking for the angle. Burst drone also looking to start this fight out. Okay, the sudden transport is actually looking for an angle onto the oil derrick. Not necessarily looking... Is there an engineer inside of it? No, it's not. It is 5 tank busters, but... Oh, that sudden transport almost leaving 1 tank buster out to die. Instead, he does save it just in time. Engineer about to pop out. I don't think the walls have closed up, so I don't think he can actually get the engineer out. Okay, it must be like a tank buster or something. There must be something else coming in here, because if he produces an engineer, it's just going to die. The wall segments are going to finish up, and all right, there we go. The barracks does get eliminated. That was almost a potential disaster there for 32 oil derricks. Daki has delayed 32 oil derricks by quite a bit, and Daki has managed to keep his own oil derrick alive. He is also spending money repairing it, so money in, money out, all at the same time. But if he keeps the oil derrick alive, then it has profited him greatly. Tengu's going for the transform, trying to save themselves from the fight for the current moment. Maybe a little bit of friendly fire there. Light harassment for the current moment for 32 oil derricks. He might be a little ahead on the Tengu count, but again, the repairs plus the faster reinforcements doesn't guarantee that he will win the fight. And the split Tengu, the tricky guy, off to the side. Everyone else follows the main group, and Daki is now going to have to pull another harvester off the line. The harvester survives just barely, but 1 harvester alive and not harvesting is almost the same as a dead harvester. And this 1 harvester for Daki is so low health. He does want to get it repaired, at least momentarily here. He wants to get it out of the low power mode, but immediately it's under assault once again. This Tengu will give his life for this. That Tengu is probably going to die. He's going to try and exit out to the south, and no one is guarding him down there, so he looks like he will be able to escape. Oil derrick getting targeted down. Daki now going for his own sort of harassment. Big transform there as the ore harvester going to be getting shut down, and that's a dead harvester for real, not just one that's off the line, as 32 Oil Derricks brings in his reinforcements, trades back a Tengu or two, but not much more than that. He gets the Oil Derrick on the other side of the map, and he's moving in for his own harassment yet again. The ore collectors are very important to both of these players now that the Oil Derricks have been eliminated. Sudden transport gets insta-gibbed there. Another Tengu going down. It feels like bit by bit 32 Oil Derricks is losing the fight. He's losing out his army advantage that he once had, and now he's down a harvester as well. Daki does need to keep his composure. These Tengu fights can go bad so incredibly quickly, but he does have at least a couple of tank busters inside of this sudden transports. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4, or maybe he's still got all 5, but I think he's missing at least a couple, and that could absolutely turn any Tengu fight. All right, there's the sudden transport disguising itself as a Tengu. Daki, he's got a little bit of an army value advantage, but some of that is the infantry and the sudden transport. So we'll see if it's actually an army advantage. Point defense drones here, nice and early for 32 Oil Derricks, and he's finally going to get the harvester kill that he's been hunting for pretty much from the beginning of the game. Daki moves out his own point defense drones ready and waiting to go, and that's a sold-off refinery. That's permanent damage. There is almost no chance that 32 Oil Derricks will be able to rebuild that over the course of this game. And there's the MCV cell, as Daki definitely can't rebuild that refinery now. Big transform from 32 Oil Derricks. Daki is going to look to shut down this refinery, going to look to shut down maybe the power plant, maybe the MCV, maybe he just drops on top of the whole army. He is up currently double the army value over his opponent. Daki is going for the harvesters. Reinforcements will be on the side of 32 Oil Derricks, and there's going to be 5 tank busters into this fight as well. The harvester survives, at least in the south. 1 tank buster gets left behind. The other harvester did survive, but the refinery did not. And the reinforcements, or the harassment, is coming back in. Another harvester under fire here, as 32 Oil Derricks and Daki both have a very depressing economy. This is not where they wanted to be, but at least one of them does still have an MCV, and it might be coming down to the point defense drones. Tier 2, the tsunami tanks, a massive upgrade here for 32 Oil Derricks. It makes those tsunami fights so much harder to take on, and these point defense drones, they must be very close to expiration, and they will not be replaced at any point in this game. The chance of rebuilding an MCV on a 1 refinery economy in this kind of a game state is basically 0. I say that, he's probably rebuilding it right now. He got the tier 2 and then he just built an MCV. That would also be pretty suicidal here for Daki. 32 Oil Derricks down to 1 refinery. Daki equally 1 refinery. Both of them keeping the lights on for the current moment. This power plant, a potential vulnerability for the Purple Empire player. If Daki realizes that that power plant is an easy target, if he's able to get on top of it, knock that down, then that would be permanent low power mode for the Purple Empire. Then production is slow whether you've got the cash or not. Both players obviously drawing a 0 on their bank account for a huge amount of this game, just because the Oil Derricks and the second refineries both went down. 1 single Tengu on the north side of the map for Daki. It feels like over time it's getting better and better for 32 Oil Derricks. We'll see what he's actually able to do. The point defense drones are not represented on the army value graph, but that is a huge advantage for 32 Oil Derricks. So 32 Oil Derricks is down in terms of army supply, but not necessarily when you account for the fact that he's got point defense drones. Harvester is going to fight it out with the Tengu. For the current moment, Daki is not looking to attack full on. 1VX just goes down almost for free there, as the sudden transport will not be stopped. Another tank buster gets cleaned up, and these strikers are about to get clobbered. They get jumped on as Transform comes in, and it's one strike for Daki, but it's two answered back by 32 oil derricks. And there's the big Transform on top of the Harvester, but this is the backup Harvester. He's still got one to go with his refinery. A big Transform only finds one kill, and it's a kill that didn't matter all that much. The turnaround comes through. Sudden transport running away. Tengus could just try and drop on it. Another tank buster gets eliminated. It feels like there can't be many left at this point. The catch on the double VXs was a huge advantage for 32 oil derricks. And again, he may be down in army value, but I feel like what we're actually seeing is a little bit more army value that does something. There's no infantry inside of buildings. There's no sudden transport. Yeah, these three tank busters are not doing very much for the army value of Daki. Meanwhile, the Tsunamis, the VXs, and the Tengus with point defense drones, they may not be all counted there in the army value tab, but Tengus with point defense drones just beat Tengus that don't have him. And I think Daki has the better numbers here, but he doesn't once he loses his VXs. And the VXs go down. The Emperor's Rage comes in as well, and the War Factory gets sold off also. Daki has now got 32 oil derricks in a different kind of a spot. The army fight did not go the way that Daki wanted, but at least he forced the War Factory to be sold off. Emperor's Rage going to be showing up with these Tengus. They are fighting against a higher number from the side of Daki. Daki has pulled something out here. He doesn't have the win yet, but he has gained himself a lot of breathing space. He's got the tier 2 from a long time ago, so his production has maintained not so much an advantage, but it will maintain an advantage as soon as this War Factory gets rebuilt. 32 oil derricks will be on a tier 1 mecha bay instead of tier 2. So right now Daki has a huge production advantage, but even when the War Factory comes back online, he will be at a tech advantage versus 32 oil derricks. And there's going to be the War Factory coming back up. Daki doesn't necessarily get much better from here. He's missing the point defense drones. He's missing the Emperor's Rage as well. These top secret protocols that can be activated over time. The VXs are back. Daki has to find an angle in to do something. He can't let 32 oil derricks just rebuild. If he does, then he's lost his opening. He's lost the opportunity. Big transform there, but it's on top of the Tsunami tanks, and the Tengus are going to be fighting, but the Tsunami tanks remain largely untouched, so you can't shoot anything on the ground. Daki loses almost every Tengu in the sky. He doesn't have the numbers to take down the Tsunamis on the ground. He can't kill anything with no VXs. The army fight did not go the way he needed it to. He took an engagement and he lost almost everything. Although it won't matter what the numbers say if his VX is allowed to get some big kills on these units. There's transformed Tengus, get their Emperor's Rage, and they're going to trap that VX on the high ground. It doesn't matter if you're a hero. It matters if you can actually kill the other guy's base. He's giving him the runaround for now. This Tengu going to decide who he gives that hero status over to. It'll be the VX. Daki's army has been destroyed with it. His hope of winning this game is 32 oil derricks with hardly any units left makes his final march on the Purple Empire base. With barely anything left, he doesn't need much left to actually win this game. The GG comes out, a heartbreaker for Daki. That was a 1-0 point for 32 oil derricks, but that felt like it should have been a 1-1 from a single game. 32 oil derricks gets the win, but Docky fighting hard. And that'll send us to Icebreaker for game number 3. It feels like with this scoreline, 32 oil derricks being up 2-0, that the score and the series, the story of the series and the score don't quite line up. It doesn't feel like Docky should be down 0-2. It does feel like it's much closer to a 1-1 series. And yet, it is a 2-0 for 32 oil derricks. Docky does manage to grab that oil derrick. The dojo nearby for 32 oil derricks, but not actually going to be able to... Is he going to be able to steal this? Okay, no, he's going Imperial Warrior. But he is going to try and do something over here. Get a couple of chops with his Imperial Warriors. Not do much more than that. As the oil derrick will be safe for now. Tank Buster gets the kill there. Slice and dice for those Imperial Warriors. Tengus now out on the map. This is what we expect to see for these Empire Mirrors. I feel like these have delivered exactly what you expect from an Empire Mirror. When both players are going for this aggressive style, when both players, if they have a gentleman's handshake and like, okay, let's take 3 refineries, let's go late game, let's mix it up, then okay. But yeah, most tournament games, people are not willing to take the risk on a 3rd refinery. They're not willing to take the risk on doing anything other than Tengu, Tengu, Tengu. At least to open, and then as we saw in the last game, you do mix it up a little bit beyond that. There's the transform. Mecha Tengu going to get jumped on. Can he trade back a little bit of damage? Yeah, maybe a little bit of Emperor's, maybe a little bit of honorable discharge there to do some damage back, but not much. We'll get Tank Buster and a couple of Imperial Warriors, so a couple of kills there for 32 oil derricks. The infantry haven't been working out great for Docky. He did some damage with them in that last game, but ultimately he did lose the game. So the vehicles have been doing better overall. This Harvester gets jumped on, and the Tengu going to be traded back. At least one Tengu does go down. 2 actually get eliminated there, as there's going to be that Harvester returning to Earth. There's the transform. And for now... Uh-oh. That is a big strike on the other side of the map. If he only loses the 1 Tengu for that kill. And another Tengu going down. Docky losing a bit too many Tengus for what he is actually getting. Can this guy escape? No! He transforms just in time, but it won't be enough. He will get double teamed. And there, 32 oil derricks manages to get 1 back. Infantry are not present for Docky. Okay, looks like he's got 1 Imperial Warrior, and then there's 1 Imperial Warrior here for 32 oil derricks. So I think the Empire infantry are kind of matched between the two, which I think does mean that the army value is an accurate count. We don't have sudden transports. We don't have infantry making that look a little bit different. 32 oil derricks is actually just 2 Tengus ahead of Docky currently. But of course, with 32 oil derricks, if he's the one crossing the map, then being ahead 2 Tengus doesn't necessarily mean you're ahead 2 Tengus if your Tengus are on the other side of the map. Harvester going to get jumped on, and he actually is driving away from the Tengus. MCV going to pack up. MCV going to try and go for a bit of harass here. Docky can attack on the other side of the map, but it's going to be a little bit slower with fewer Tengus overall. His kills are not going to be as quick, and the defense is going to be a little bit easier. The Harvester does survive there, as 32 oil derricks brings most of his units back, and there's the refinery sold off for Docky. 32 oil derricks keeping both of his refineries here. He clips the wings of 2 Tengus as well. Big transform there, and Docky is going to try to escape. He manages to evade the death of those Tengus for now. And 32 Oil Derricks, he transforms everything, so he's going to try and take the fight on the ground, and Daki lets it happen. Harvester will get rebuilt there from that second refinery, and the MCV cell comes in for Daki. His hope now lies with this engineer, with some kind of sneaky trade back and forth. It feels like 32 Oil Derricks, who won that last game in a similar kind of situation, is in a better situation now than he was in that previous game. As long as he holds on to these two harvesters, these two refineries, he can sit back and he can sit on this double eco. I guess it's not quite double eco because they both have one Oil Derrick. Surprisingly, at this point in the game, the Oil Derricks have actually survived this engagement. Maybe not so much anymore. Big transform comes in, and Daki has been found out. The MCV is missing from this location, and there's going to be the engineer revealing itself. There's going to be the Tengus transforming to hunt down this sudden transport. They're going to keep an eye on it as 32 Oil Derricks returns from the other side of the map. He killed the harvester that he was looking for, and Daki now has to play this out perfectly. This engineer won't do anything, but he is a distraction. Point defense drones are here. Even Relic 3 freezing for a moment there as the tsunami tank comes out. The engineer gets clobbered. The GG comes out. Daki loses game number 3 as well. The MCV cell not working out the way he wished. The fire is lit. The comeback has to start right now, right here on Epicenter Island for Daki. Game number 4, down 0-3 in an elimination match. And of course, 32 Oil Derricks stands to oppose Daki, looking to advance on into the next round. Things don't get easier from here for either one of these players. It's still 8 wins to qualification for Daki. Only 5 wins to qualification for 32 Oil Derricks. It is Epicenter Island, but no one is going for a fast third refinery. No quick third for either one of these players in the Empire Mirror. But we do have a sudden transport. We do have some tank busters here for 32 Oil Derricks. And I think we don't have the same kind of thing for Daki. He's gotten 1 tank buster and 1 Imperial Warrior. He might be able to slice through a couple of the tank busters of his opponent. But the sudden transport is on the move. The Tengus are also on the move. There's going to be the sell-off of the walls. And of course, with the high ground, it looks like the Oil Derrick might be the first target. Nope, the sudden transport turns, not aiming for that Oil Derrick on the high ground. Instead, he is going to be moving right into the main base. Tango, it looks like, goes down. Additional walls going to be coming up. Cash spent on walls is not spent rebuilding harvesters or on building new Tengus. So you pay the price, you spend some of your cash on the walls, but the harvester stays alive, at least for now. And more walls can be added as well. Tank busters are going to pop out onto the high ground, and this is the first time, I think, that 32 Oil Derricks is killing the Oil Derrick of Daki much, much quicker than Daki is killing the Oil Derrick of 32 Oil Derricks. Tengus are going to try and jump on these tank busters. All 5 manage to escape. They get inside the sudden transport, and they're going to run for these buildings. They're actually going to try and trade back and forth. They're going to get body blocked, so they're going to get as many Tengus as they possibly can. 1 tank buster will end up going down there, and the Tengus clean up the rest of them. But they got that Oil Derrick. They have cut down the eco of the opponent by just a little bit, and now these walls are a lot less useful here for Daki. He doesn't need all the walls when the Tengus can just fly right over top of them. And the Oil Derrick, it's not the end of the world, but of course Daki doesn't want to let 32 Oil Derricks get away with having his own Oil Derrick for all that long. Tengu's going to be moving in. The numbers should be on the side of Daki here as his reinforcements show up, and he is shredding the Tengus. of 32 oil derricks. There's going to be the transform. No repair there to help out in that fight, so it was just a pure numbers game here as the transform does come in. And now I think there is a numbers advantage for 32 oil derricks because, of course, he does have the faster reinforcements moving in here. Harvesters, they've got their little safe haven here off to the side, but he can't quite access it just yet. Okay, there, he's going to be able to drive over to the safe space, and he's going to be protected from those Tengus. Gets the repairs from the War Factory at the same time, and he's being attacked by this additional Tengu, and the Tengu now going to be getting clobbered. So Harvester has survived, Oil Derrick has survived, and for now, 32 Oil Derricks has survived. Daki with maybe a slight Tengu advantage, but it doesn't matter if he's sending them in one at a time to die like this. He might have a Tengu advantage overall in numbers, but not in these fights. 2 or 3 Tengus going down almost for nothing as they were traded for 1 Harvester. The Oil Derrick helping to even out the income from 32 Oil Derricks. Not entirely, because a Harvester brings in more cash than an Oil Derrick does, but losing that 1 Harvester for a few moments there is not the end of the world. Repairs need to come in. Okay, there, that Tengu is getting repaired back up, but Daki seems to have just completely forgotten about that Oil Derrick for the current moment. Both of these players, of course, going to be drawing a 0 on their bank account for possibly the entirety of this game. When you've only got 2 refineries and you're building Tengus constantly, and you're having to occasionally rebuild Harvesters as well, you don't really have a macro problem in terms of having too much in your bank account. The problem is always you're drawing a 0 on your bank account. I say that 32 Oil Derricks floating nearly 1k. Has not sold off his MCV though. Is going to be returning with his own Tengus here. The transform is bad there as he does not land inside where that Harvester is. Second transform will allow these Tengus to actually get in on the Harvester, and I think the Harvester will die to the honorable discharge, but of course the Tengus will die as well. More Tengus going to be dropping in on top of that Harvester, and the Harvester going to run away. Will be maybe safe from the honorable discharge of at least one of those Tengus. Second Tengu gets him though. The Harvester tried to escape and the MCV hasn't been sold off, but the power plant has to get that Harvester online. This Oil Derrick coming in clutch for 32 Oil Derricks, and Daki transforms that Tengu, but that's not even where the Harvester is. The Harvester is in the other spot. Daki now with an army disadvantage, but with the production advantage, 2 Harvesters to 1, and a power plant versus no power plant. Transform needs to come in if these Tengus want to actually kill off Harvesters. For right now, they're just targeting down these Tengus, trying to cut them off one by one, but the numbers are favoring Daki here with the reinforcements coming in from that War Factory, and the trade is going to be very, very close, but the power plant actually goes down. The Tengus trading their lives, but managing to get a power plant as a bonus in that exchange. The numbers favoring Daki there, and now he's up not quite double his opponent's army supply, but somewhere around there. But double Harvester back online now. Wall's going to be getting sold off. Tier 2 is here for 32 Oil Derricks. Both players playing with that low power mode, but the difference is Daki is getting himself out of that low power mode. 32 Oil Derricks can afford to get himself out of the low power mode, but he is choosing not to. At least for the current moment, he is prioritizing that tsunami tank. He actually could. He's got 1,300 in the bank. Tsunami tank moving over. Tengu is here as well. Tsunami is going to try and keep this Tengu off of the Harvesters. Another Tengu going down. Daki going for the harass. There's the transform as 32 Oil Derricks has not built his power plant back up. He is keeping himself on low power mode for an extremely long time, but as long as he defends against these Tengu attacks, then he will be safe. There is not much that these Tengus can do until strikers start coming out, until tier 2 gets added on for Daki. 2 harvesters to 2 harvesters. The Tengu harassment has been so consistent that even with the oil derrick advantage, Daki, 32 oil derricks is down 3k in total resources gathered. Another harvester or another Tengu goes down, 2 strikers out on the field. This is where things do get tricky for Daki. He doesn't have infantry to be on the ground to punish those strikers. So if the Tengus transform and they make the wrong move, then the strikers will just transform at the same time, and the Tengus will be in no better of a position than they are now. So you have to leave a couple of the Tengus in the sky, but with the tsunami tanks, with the Tengus on the ground or in the sky from 32 oil derricks, it's difficult to get that decision right. It's difficult to find the right number of units to transform and the right number to keep in the sky. If you transform everything, then the tsunami tanks and the strikers will have a field day. If you transform nothing, then you just die to the strikers on the ground. Okay, tier 2 is up and a 3rd refinery. Daki is taking a big risk here, going for that 3rd refinery. He is currently at 150 out of 150 on power, so if he doesn't add on a power plant, then his additional income will get slowed down in production. His production times will be doubled even with his extra income. But this does now mean, with the power plant, with that refinery, he has spent over $3,000 just building infrastructure that is going to take a little bit of time to really pay off. Which is fine for now, because for the last couple of minutes, 32 oil derricks has stayed on his side of the map. But now 32 oil derricks is starting to stretch his legs. He is looking out onto the other side of the map, and he may be suspicious that something is going on. The Tengu numbers are looking good with the point defense drones here for 32 oil derricks. Daki, with the VX on the ground, has kept his MCV around, but the expansion has now been spotted out. And this is where things get a bit more difficult. There is so much more surface area to defend for the Purple Empire than for 32 oil derricks. Tsunami tanks rolling up. Harvester going to be pulled off the line. How much time can you buy? Tengu's going to be getting split. Different areas require different defenses. And now the Tsunami tank's going to be fighting 2 against 1. And the Strikers fighting 2 against 2. But that's Emperor's Rage on top of 32 oil derricks. And he's just going to go for the transform. He's going for the Tsunami on the ground. And now he's going for the Harvester as well. Tengu's getting into a dogfight. And 32 oil derricks, he doesn't have the point defense drones on as many targets. The War Factory taking massive damage, but it's still alive. The Tengus, stopping to fight the VXs, have lost out in the Tengu v Tengu war. 32 oil derricks goes for the big transform, and for now he's still got 3 Tengus left over, but he's got a double vet Tsunami tank to contend with a hero Tsunami tank to fight against. And Daki does it. He holds off the attacking army of 32 oil derricks. The Tengu being directly over top of that mecha bay. I was suddenly getting worried, because if Daki holds off the army and then loses his mecha bay, it doesn't really matter that he killed off the army. That mecha bay low on health, but not in the danger zone yet. Not so low on health that like one crash down will kill it off. 3rd refinery going to be sold off there. Beacon getting deployed by 32 oil derricks. I don't actually know what he deployed there, but it's double power plant now. So Daki, if he's not going to rebuild that refinery, should just sell off one of these power plants just to get a little bit more cash in pocket. And Daki, who was a few minutes ago 3k ahead in terms of total resources gathered, is now equal, basically equal with his opponent. The power of the oil derrick, the power of the harass coming in there for 32 oil derrick. The 3rd refinery did not bring a lot of benefit to Daki. He only got $2,000 out of that ore node. It wasn't up for very long. If it had been up for another minute or two, it might have actually made a big enough difference to his army production that he could have withstood that attack and won the game. 32 oil derrick. He lost almost his entire army but he killed so much stuff of Daki that it sort of evened things out. They are similar in a lot of ways, but that army value is spiking for 32 oil derricks. He's up 2.6k over his opponent, and I think maybe even a little bit more if you count these random Imperial Warriors that are around the map. 1 or 2 extra Imperial Warriors maybe inflating that army value count a little bit there. It's mostly just Tengus here for Daki. 32 oil derricks. He's got a couple of tsunamis. He's got more Tengus. Is he going to move out onto the map? The Tengu there from 32 oil derricks. It gets caught. No, it transforms. There's a transform to follow. And that's a honorable discharge for the splash damage. But ultimately... Okay, that's the hero tsunami tank. See, this guy, he may be down, 2.6k in army value. But that one hero tsunami tank could do huge work for Daki. Then the army value doesn't matter all that much. All right, with the Imperial Warrior going down, I think the army value is a more accurate read now. It's just these vehicles that will be in the fight. 32 oil derricks. He's happy to play this one out slow. Let the advantage build more and more. Tsunami tank going to be hunting. But if that tsunami tank gets caught out, if the hero tsunami tank goes down for nothing, like if it just gets caught by 2 or 3 strikers and just they jump on it and they clear it out, then it almost doesn't matter what else happens. It feels like Daki will have lost the game. Power plant still could be sold off, even if you sell it off and you just use the cash to repair that war factory, because if these Tengus fight over top of the war factory, they'll take it out regardless of who wins the firefight. The dogfight in the sky can go either direction. There's the big transform. 32 oil derricks has only sent in his Tengus, and that's a lot of Tengus. That's a lot of Emperor's Rage as well. Tsunami tank raking up this one as well, looking for that hero status as the Emperor's Rage will be raining all over the base of Daki. For now, the fight abates and both players going to back up just a moment, but it's nearly the double army value here for 32 oil derricks. He is up significantly. 3 tsunami tanks do mean that these Tengu fights don't always go even. You might be up a couple of Tengus at the start of the fight, but if they are on the ground, the tsunami tanks can shred them, especially with one of them being heroic, another tsunami tank being vet. If he goes elite, goes heroic, he might be able to do that bonus damage. A couple of strikers, a good choice here for Daki. It does feel like the pace of the game has slowed down, but it's under 32 oil derricks' control. He's got the better army. Well, maybe not now that point defense drones have expired, but okay, there's the reapplication. Point defense drones back in, and both players, when they are locked on 2 refineries, this is the game. They can't do really much more than this. There isn't enough of an advantage to risk going for tier 3. Although right now, 32 oil derricks could try to go for tier 3 while he's attacking, if he's very confident that his opponent is not going to be trying to pull a counter attack. Daki sends a couple of Tengus up north. He sees his opponent's army. Is he going to now turn them back and say, I'm going to come home and defend? Daki says no. 32 oil derricks hunting around. Tsunami tanks moving into position. They clear the high ground. They see that there is nothing there. And these Tengus, they're about to fly over that oil derrick. Daki is about to give away that he has these Tengus over here. 32 oil derricks feels like he is very suspicious that there is some chunk of the army missing. Is he actually going to find them out? He's heading up into the corner. He doesn't see them. They're so far into the corner. He is worried about a counterattack. You can see him moving out. He gets vision of the base, and then he's like, you don't have any Tengus in your base. It's all VXs, and it's all tsunamis. That seems suspicious. He keeps thinking that they're up north somewhere. He is patrolling around. Again, if he takes the dogfight over top of the Mecha Bay, it almost doesn't matter who wins the dogfight. I mean, unless it's an absolute clobbering for Daki, but if the dogfight goes bad, the Mecha Bay goes down anyways, so you've won the long game there. Unless 32 Oil Derricks just loses all of his units. Point defense drones have burned off, which means they're probably going to be burning off soon for Daki as well. He's moving in. He's revealed himself. He's going to drop onto the Harvester. The third refinery taken, and it's barely gotten anything out of it. Point defense drones will expire, but now the army has been found out. Hey, where do you take your fight? If you transform, you die. If you stay and fight, you die. Your only hope is to try and do as much damage as you can, and Daki is now going to fall even further behind in the army value. The Tengus split up to try and take their opponents in different directions, and it will kind of work. One Tengu will manage to escape for now. 32 Oil Derricks maintains a decent army value lead. 32 Oil Derricks is now also in low power mode. He has actually gone for quite a bit. He's gone for a nanotech mainframe, and now this Harvester under threat once again. This Harvester just doing nothing to help out 32 Oil Derricks. Now the nanotech mainframe going to be taking a lot of damage. Emperor's Rage will get activated on both sides. Tengus go for the transform, and the Strikers providing some anti-air. Nanotech mainframe just goes down there. Tsunami tanks are powerful units on the ground, especially with that Emperor's Rage activated, and Daki is just chewing through the base of 32 Oil Derricks, but the big fight hasn't happened. The armies haven't clashed just yet. Another power plant going to be going down. There's the big transform as they get on top of the Strikers, and they're trying to have their fight with the Tsunamis. Strikers moving in for 32 Oil Derricks, and now the rest of the forces as well as Daki falls apart. His cohort of Tsunami tanks is all that survives. Everything else has gone down, but the Strikers on 32 Oil Derricks have also gone down, so the Tsunamis can escape. 5 Tsunami tanks. They make it out of the fight alive. Massive damage done to the infrastructure of 32 Oil Derricks, but the Harvester remains in the north. The economy of 32 Oil Derricks stays online. He tried to go tier 3. He tried to change up the formula a little bit, and it did not work. Daki still down in army value. Tengus are just going to split off. The base is undefended, so there is not much that Daki can do. 32 Oil Derricks should just take the fight, go for the War Factory, go for the Harvesters, and just let it be. Tsunami tanks going to be moving in. Third refinery versus the core 2 in the main base as the Harvesters start getting targeted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Tsunami tanks going to be getting trapped on the high ground. Point defense drones get reapplied. The Harvester on low health, and the Tsunami tanks getting pushed in here. Daki may end up winning this fight, but the Emperor's the honorable discharge going to be coming in for both players as the Tsunami tanks go for the crush, and the Tank Buster surprise wasn't that surprising. Daki wins the fight. The Tsunami tanks take out the Harvester, and on the other side of the map, his base is getting blasted. Daki has to win with the units that he's got right now because reinforcements aren't coming. Home isn't coming for you. You're on your own, boys. It is all or nothing. The Oil Derrick finally going down. 22.5 minutes into the game, and the Tsunamis are moving down. 32 Oil Derricks has one objective: survive this fight. The series is his, the game is his. He has to survive. This army is powerful. Emperor's Rage already activated on these Tengus. Transform comes in. They're going to go for the honorable discharge on top of the Tsunamis. They don't even have to kill the targets. They die on exit as 32 Oil Derricks turns his army into bombs. The units themselves exploding on Daki's army. The hero Tsunami tank now all that remains. Docky getting chased around the base, and the game pausing itself once again to honor this hero. There's nothing else left for Docky. No MCV, no War Factory, just a couple of refineries and power plants on the other side of the map as the GG comes out, and Docky will drop out of Gathering Storm qualifier, and 32 oil derricks will advance into round 5. And now we're into the rematch, the second attempt here in the lower bracket in our first qualification match. Rocking as the orange allies, this is Classic Noob. Meanwhile, on the right side, playing the Cyan Empire, give it up for 32 oil derricks. One final best of 7 to decide who advances into playoffs and who was just that close and didn't make it. Classic Noob and 32 oil derricks have already met in the upper bracket in the round of 16, which, because there were 24-ish players in the CCO qualifier, was actually 32 oil derricks' first series of the tournament. We've got the airfield first, not super duper early, but airfield before the second refinery here for our allied player. Meanwhile, we did not have the high ground third refinery. It was the sneaky low ground water expansion for 32 oil derricks. So Classic Noob, he may get this scout, he may see what's going on and be a little bit confused. He does see that the mecha bay has finished up, so if that was still building, then he would definitely know that there's something a little bit strange. He does expect to see more Tengus than he's actually seen. The Defender Corps hasn't actually finished up. The Apollo going to be fighting with this Tengu, and the Tengu goes down. The MCV redeploys, and Classic Noob, he probably has an idea of what is going on. He's going for his own plan, though, as we do have that first cryocopter out. And as I said, these players have already played each other. They have already fought in this tournament, and Classic Noob won 3-0. But from that point, 32 oil derricks, he gets knocked down into the lower bracket, and he has not dropped a game since. So Classic Noob is the only one who's ever taken a game or a series off of 32 oil derricks in this event. It just happened to be in that very first round, and since then 32 oil derricks has been pretty dominant here in the lower bracket. But Classic Noob, he has knocked quite a few players down, ending up in, I think, the upper bracket semifinals, getting close to qualification in the upper bracket, but wasn't able to do it, and this is his second chance, and he's going to be trying it with an expansion out there on the water, but more importantly, with a cryocopter here in his opponent's main base. Big transform Tengu is going to be coming in, and they're heading for the Apollos first. If they can clear the skies, the other targets are easy to mop up, but the Apollos doing a good job of trading back. All but 2 Tengus go down, and that's just not a lot of firepower. They might be able to take down this cryocopter. No, another Apollo swings back in, and finally the last Apollo goes down, so this cryocopter will waste as much time as he can, and there goes the cryocopter. Finally, the 2 Tengus do manage to get that kill that they were looking for this entire time. It cost so many Tengus to do it, but they did finally get the kill. MCV is still in range of this airfield, so even though the third refinery was taken out there on the water for the allied player, Classic Noob still has access to cryocopters in his main base. The Tengu count getting largely reset in that last scuffle all the way down to 2, and this gives Classic Noob even more time to do whatever he wants. If he had saved that cryocopter, then he would have been feeling even better about his position, using the cryocopter as bait so his Apollos can actually engage these Tengus can work quite well. But in this case, he lost that cryocopter, and he's going a second airfield. It's not actually going to be a naval yard out here on the water. It's a second airfield. He's moving the MCV, so that could very easily just be 4 more Apollos. We've seen this a number of times from players like Mirage Tank, who love to do this more than anyone else. but a couple of other allied players as well throughout both sides of the qualifier. They have been busting out this 2-3-4 airfield build where it's like 1 or 2 Vindicators and then just a ton of Apollos. And here we got 4 Apollos versus these Tengus. This is before point defense drones, so these Tengus are just fighting straight up versus the Apollos. Both sides shredding each other, but 2 Apollos surviving. 1 more Tengu gets its wings clipped, and that's another dead mecha crashing down to the ground. Only 3 managed to escape this time. 2 got away in that last exchange. 3 get away in this fight. And there's going to be the transform as another Apollo kill gets added to the number. Cryoshot going to be targeting this Defender core as the Cryocopter moves in. Defender will get frozen. Tengu's getting hunted. No hope for point defense drones. If they're in the sky, they join together, and surely he must have point defense drones as long as his MCV is still here. And the Apollo's keeping a careful watch on these Tengus. There we go. He finally gets the full application. Cryocopter going to be freezing another Harvester, and the Apollos will fight with these Tengus. The big repairs and the big defense boost allow the Tengus to actually win this fight. Another Cryocopter hunted down and crashed into the ground, but the Harvester also went down. This was not a free fight for the Empire player. Behind all of this, Classic Noob goes for that 4th refinery. He kind of stabilizes himself even more. He's got the double airfield already, but now he's got a 4 refinery economy to power into the late game. He can go more airfields, or he can now switch it up into a War Factory based unit comp. Head for tier 3, look for Athena cannons, and hope to end the game that way. Meanwhile, this is an Empire player who has been basically trapped on tier 1, just building Tengus, and only barely got point defense drones in time. 1 more Tengu goes down. The number is being kept low. Vindicators not going to get any more kills just yet. I don't think Cryoshot is ready yet. Cryocopter also hasn't been sent across the map either. So I think the MCV, okay, there is now an airfield on the high ground. So yeah, this airfield is out of range down there on the low ground, but the MCV now on the high ground deploys a 3rd airfield, and that one can build Cryocopters. So the icy rays have stopped for a moment, and here we go. Cryoshot ready to fire off. Harvester going to be getting frozen as well. An easy 1-2 punch here for the allied player. Big GG comes out, and Classic Noob picks up the first win. He keeps his perfect score against 32 oil derricks. And game 2 takes us to Chrysoberyl Garden, not the other version of this map. Instead, are ending up on the self-owned version of the map. I don't know if he meant to be targeting that civ structure or what, but he grabs the cash back, so he gets the engineer, but the engineer also costs 500, so an airfield first coming out here from Classic Noob, but he does go for the barracks as well, and the Empire player is not really going to be able to get both of these oil derricks, because he may capture this oil derrick, but it is so close to death as well that if he just bombs it out. He bombs out his own oil derrick. He is convinced that there is some big-time infantry aggression headed his way. The dojo actually gets sold off. It's a 3rd refinery here from 32 oil derricks. That oil derrick attack just sent me for a bit of a loop. I feel like I'm knocked a little out of sorts, and maybe 32 oil derricks is as well. Now, I did mention that 32 oil derricks, he's already faced off against Classic Noob in that round of 16 in the upper bracket, but one of the players on the other side of the bracket, very nicely done there. As soon as that burst drone dislodges the Apollo, kills it off. This is like really thorough anti-scouting from Classic Noob. He has completely cleared his side of the map. Now, because vision does persist, there's still a little bit of intel that 32 oil derricks has, but going back to 32 oil derricks and Classic Noob, they've already met but also the player on the other side of this bracket, Green Alert, who just beat Czar and Zaid to end up in this qualification round 5. He also got knocked down to the lower bracket by Classic Noob. So Classic Noob, he sends people to the lower bracket, but at least in these two cases, both of these players were then good enough to progress through the lower bracket back to the qualification match. So if they hadn't gotten knocked out by Classic Noob in the upper bracket, it does make you wonder how far they could have potentially gone if the tournament had run a little bit differently, if they had gotten different opponents, or maybe they would have just gotten knocked out by someone else. And now it's a 4th refinery. What a change of pace from the majority of the games we've been seeing recently, where some of these Empire players are wanting to go all in, where they're wanting to play very, very aggressive. And in this case, 32 Oil Derricks, he goes for a relatively quick 3rd refinery. He tried that in the last game as well, but now he's going even for a 4th refinery here on Chrysoberyl Garden, and the 3rd refinery is matched, plus an airfield by Classic Noob, MCV deployed, and he can reach this 3rd refinery, this 4th refinery location, but the airfield is also in range if he wants to go for Tier 2. So either one is an option here for Classic Noob. He does have that potential cryocopter threat, or he just matches the eco of his opponent, goes for the 4th. Tengu's getting trimmed down. VX goes down. The Defender core on the ground gets eliminated. That Defender VX did some big damage to that Apollo, but it does get sent back home for repair, and everyone else is just going to leave. The Tengus don't want to have that fight. Naval Yard is coming out. It gets spotted immediately by the allied player, and this is not a Tier 2. It is straight into an airfield and then an expansion for the 4th refinery for Classic Noob. He is not going for a quick cryocopter. He's not going for anything quite like what we saw in that last game. Instead, he believes that the power is going to be in the air, but also in a strong economy. Another Defender VX gets eliminated, and now another Defender gets built. The consistent defense here from 32 Oil Derricks. What is he going for behind this, though? Obviously, he went for the Naval Yard, but he hasn't upgraded his Mecha Bay to Tier 2, so I do wonder what his plan is beyond this. Okay, it's a Yari mini sub. He's not necessarily going like Tier 2 for tsunami tanks out of the Naval Yard. He's not, he's not even necessarily going Tier 3. Maybe he will eventually, but no rush to late game tech for either one of these players just yet. And a lot of Tengus. We're at about the 5-minute mark. We should be seeing point defense drones soon. If it's not ready exactly yet, it will be ready very soon. Yari Minisub going to start putting some damage onto this harvester. A couple of shots will land. Of course, the repairs are here from the airfield. Cryocopter is now out. Freezy Ray could be coming out, and the harvester has already gone down. Point defense drones feels like they should be very, very soon onto the field, as airfield may be getting under threat by the infantry in the north. Naval Yard won't be frozen just yet. And there are the Tengus all grouped together. The power plant taking a bit of damage here and there from the Imperial Warrior Harvester. Frozen once again. And it feels like we're all just waiting for these 1-clicks to come in. There's point defense drones. And this power plant has been eliminated on the other side. The Harvester, forced to run onto land, will be taken out by these Imperial Warriors, and then Classic Noob will just return home. The Yari Minisub making this water expansion very unsafe, and if he gets the kill on that refinery, then that is a Yari Minisub that has gotten a lot of value for his life. The airfield has been sold off. Classic Noob says, I don't even like the water. I don't like the ocean. I don't like being wet. And I believe that the land is where I command, and that is how I will win this game. Which, of course, he doesn't have any land units, but he just built his air infrastructure. He rebuilt it here on the land, but it's down now to 3 refineries for the allied player, and then 1 oil derrick eliminated very early on, and a 2nd oil derrick eliminated very early on by the allied player. So both players are just on their refinery economy, and it would be 4 refineries that are working, but this harvester never got rebuilt by 32 oil derricks. He lost that harvester quite a while ago and it's only just now coming back online. So his economy is not as strong as it should be. He was down at a 4-point-something K per minute versus the 5K of Classic Noob. But I think 5K is about to disappear a bit for Classic Noob, because as his fourth refinery has been removed, he will be slowly losing that income reporting as well. Mecha Bay being matched by the War Factory in the north. Tier 2 is here, but where is the Tier 3? Not started just yet. Maybe he wants to go for Athena cannons. Maybe he just wants to stick on this Tier 2 mixed-use army. One dog, a couple of vehicles, and then a whole lot of aircraft for the allied player. Point defense drones expire, and they can be reapplied. Finally, we get Tier 2. We don't have any evidence of Tier 2 out on the field. It's still just Tengus. The Tier 2 is very recent, but this is going to be 2 dead cryocopters instantly deleted there by the Empire player. And I love the extra couple of Imperial Warriors just streaming across the map. They cannot be denied, because 1 or 2 tank busters will allow this force to turn this allied base into rubble. Okay, not if it's only Imperial Warriors and an engineer. The walls truly are a stopping force there. But now the Tengus are coming in as well. This Harvester, it has things to be worried about, as he is about to be harassed by that Tengu. And this engineer has been spotted. There are units over top, but does he realize as the dogfight kicks off in the sky, the Apollo shredding through the point defense drones? There's just so many air units on both sides. Jabs and IFVs getting in on the fight as well, as the engineer gets surrounded and knocked down. Vindicators come in, and the airfield goes down. The Tengus get swept away, and most of the units do survive for the allied player. Tsunami tanks on the front line, but this point defense drone is not there to save them from the freezy rays of death. The multi-gunner turret picks up a double kill, defending with the help of the cryocopters. An unfortunate 1-2 punch there from the Empire player, who loses the majority of his army and doesn't get the kind of value that he was hoping to get. A mistime on the first bomb does allow the VXs to get a couple of more rockets off, but in the end, it's maybe a couple of Harvester kills in the north versus a whole lot of army that went down from the Empire in the south. And a Harvester as well over here at that refinery. And once again, it has not been restarted, so it is 3 Harvesters to 2, but Oil Derricks should be at 4 Harvesters in reality. Imperial Warriors getting shut down. It was a cute move to try and get a couple of kills there, and nicely done. Another Harvester will get eliminated. Another Harvester gets restarted by Classic Noob, but 32 Oil Derricks still hasn't started his own Harvester back at home. The Tengu goes down, and that Harvester is about 25% complete. Finally, VX's Tsunami tanks, they are out in pretty good numbers here. 32 Oil Derricks is drawing a 0 on his bank account. It will come down to execution. He has not started that Harvester yet. His opponent is already back up to 3 working Harvesters, and he himself is sitting on 3 when he should be on 4. 32 Oil Derricks applies the point defense drones. All right, keeps him safe. This multi-gunner turret very happy with what he was able to do back on the other side. Riptide going to be harassing this refinery, and 32 Oil Derricks soon to realize his mistake. But it almost won't matter, because even if he rebuilds at one location, he loses a Harvester at another location as well. Riptide going to be going toe-to-toe with this Yari minisub, but that Yari minisub goes heroic. He was double vet already. This refinery slowly getting chipped away at as this Riptide ranks up off of killing this one piece of key infrastructure. That's actually a bit of a race against time, and the VXs, they may be able to get the kill against this hero Riptide, but that Riptide got what he was there for, and he manages to hand off a double vet elite status to one of those VXs. Big transform might kill a couple of Apollos, but nope, the allied player will clear out the seas and then maybe re-expand back to that water expansion that is oh so close, but not yet taken. 3 refineries versus 3 refineries. Both players doing some pretty heavy harassing on the other one's economy all throughout this game, but it feels like Classic Noob has been doing more killing. 32 oil derricks, he's deployed his fair number of Tengus, Imperial Warriors to try and harass his opponent's economy, but it hasn't been as successful. I mean, the Yari minisub was very successful, but everything else hasn't been as successful as Classic Noob's harassment, and there's going to be the double freeze. VX is looking to defend. This Vindicator may not be able to make it home. Bombs get dropped, and that's a dead refinery. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's going to be Tsunami Tanks pushing in. Guardians are here to help clean up the frozen bodies left over. The VXs get a couple of kills here, but the IFVs are in good numbers. The VXs, they may have the experience advantage over those IFVs, but the IFVs hit hard. There just aren't enough targets for the Empire player. There aren't enough units to deal with all of the forces on the Allied side. And the 4th refinery back up and running. Meanwhile, it's going to be 4 harvesters, 432 oil derricks, but only 3 refineries. As he has held out well, but it doesn't feel like he is doing anything to disrupt the Allied player. He's not successfully doing anything to disrupt the Allied player. Peacekeepers will tear apart these tank busters. So they run and hide in the building. They are here to try and find that backdoor harassment. They were hoping that the Allied army was on the other side of the map, maybe pushing past the midway point, and they could sneak in a little group of tank busters to clean up some walls, to knock down some refineries, to harass the economy, as the strikers will get the Emperor's Rage, but there are again just too many targets. The cryocopters, with the 3 of them, they can freeze down those VXs on the high ground and stop them from doing anything. Meanwhile, the Tsunami Tanks desperately trying to run away, and the GG comes out slow and steady, wins the race, as Classic Noob was never disrupted fully from his game plan. He was set back, but he was never knocked off balance. And that sends us for game number 3 on to Battle Base Beta in the north, rocking the purple. This is 32 oil derricks. Meanwhile, on the south, playing the Allies, it's Classic Noob. That's a lot of airfields. That is an airfield first from Classic Noob. And this is Battle Base Beta. This is one of those maps that both players will have tons of matches on. They'll be very familiar with, and again, we used to sometimes see, he's doing it again, we used to sometimes see Allied players just go for as many Peacekeepers as they could afford in the first couple of minutes, but the airfield first in the last couple of years has been much more popular. Even if it's not a cryo rush, which it looks like it's not in this case, even if it's not a cryo rush, they do still love those airfield first openings. Now, 32 oil derricks did manage to get both oil derricks. He gets cash back, and it's full health. So he goes 3rd refinery. He gets both oil derricks, and his opponent is going 3rd refinery as well. Classic Noob has not gone for a cryo rush. He's not trying to end the game in 5 minutes. He is looking to match the economy of his opponent, and that is all good news for 32 oil derricks. Classic Noob going for a 3rd refinery first instead of tier 2, instead of all-out aggression, instead of anything that would cross the map and kill the Empire player. That is all very good news. But now the question is, how do you divide your time between building Tengus and going for tier 2? I feel like an earlier tier 2 would be good, because the double triple airfield that these Allied players have been going for gives you so many Apollos, and the Tengus just don't have the staying power. So maybe a couple of Tengus, and then we go into tier 2 here for 32 oil derricks. But we'll see what he wants to do. Maybe he even goes quick 4th refinery. You know, the world is his oyster, and for right now, he is going for a bit of harass. He is going for 3, 4, maybe 5 Tengus out on the map, and we'll see if he actually starts hitting his opponent's refineries. It's double airfield once again from Classic Noob. He's got 3 Vindicators, so this is actually going to be, I guess, 3 Vindicators, 5 Apollos, assuming he goes a full 4 Apollos over here. But it'll be like 3 Vindicators, 5 Apollos, which is a little lighter on Apollos than in sometimes past. Apollo's moving out. Classic Noob looking for the Scout. And this is a decent number of Tengus. If they engage over top of this Defender VX as well, then they will definitely win the fight versus the Apollos. They might be able to win the fight straight up, especially with the repairs. We'll see. Point defense drone's not ready for another couple of minutes. And the Apollos also looking for this Scout. They do see what's out there on the water. And the Apollo's now going to be moving in over top of this VX as well. Another Apollo shows up there, shredding these Tengus. Finally, the Vindicators bomb out that Defender, but the Defender did good work. And that's 5 Tengus. You don't need to go chasing. Just go home, take the victory, heal up a little bit here. I guess he could have chased with the full health Tengus. He needed to keep that one Tengu back at home. Some heavy losses on both sides. Classic Noob, he gets the kill and his Vindicators escape. So he did manage to kill off that Defender core. He did get his Vindicators out of that area. So you're happy to trade the Apollos. It keeps your opponent's Tengu count low. But I do fear for just staying on this 3 refinery Tengu spam for the Empire player. Of course, in a minute or 2, somewhere in the next 1 minute, he will have point defense drones, and that will change the equation a little bit here. I appreciate the dojo over here going for the Vindicators moving in. A couple of bombs getting dropped. Tengu gets its wings clipped. The rest of the Tengus escape down onto the ground. So another Defender has gone down. These Defender VXs just do not last very long. I love the dojo over here. He's okay. That is not something that you expect. A Shinobi going for an infiltration down here on the water. And he's also going to get the Scout on the double airfield down there. Another dojo gets sniped out. And little bit of extra money to work with here for 32 oil derricks. Apollos come in, and they are happy to play the field. They want to get the Scout. They want to fight against these Tengus before point defense drones come in. And the dojo goes down. One more Shinobi did actually manage to escape. So we do not have a tier 3 dojo. We do not have a chance at Eureka just yet from this Empire player. And I do like the little bit of a disruption there. Classic Noob, you know, having to deal with that dojo over there, and it also does block off with the walls the potential of taking a quick 4th refinery over there. Classic Noob could always take this 4th refinery or just clear out the walls, but 32 oil derricks should know about it. And he still hasn't gone tier 2. He is sticking with this Tengu spam. You can get a critical mass of Tengus that just when Apollo's engaging in this fight. Cryocopter going to get shredded by these Tengus. Maybe he has hit that critical mass as the Apollos will lose this fight. The Vindicators are going to have to be chased away, but there was no reason for that Cryocopter to sacrifice its life as well. And from this point forward, the allied player needs to bring some extra anti-air, whether that's Javelin soldiers to force some of the Tengus to transform, IFVs, or you take the fights over water so that hydrofoils can get involved. Either way, it's good to have that extra bit of firepower. Also, he could go 2 more airfields. If he wants to just go insane numbers of Apollos, he drops 2 more airfields, gets another 8 Apollos added into the mix, and then he's like, He's at, what, 16, 17 Apollos or something like that. And that can fight against just an absolutely insane number of Tengus. As the Tengus are going to get kind of the surround here, they're not fighting with the Defender because it got frozen as the VX, as the Vindicators come in, and the Apollos will turn back around to shred more Tengus. It's low power mode for the Empire player. That fight goes disastrously for 32 Oil Derricks. The cryo shot and the low power mode crushing the Defender's advantage that 32 Oil Derricks had. There was a different version of that fight where the Defender isn't frozen the whole time, where the lights aren't out the whole time for 32 Oil Derricks, and where he can take that fight with the help of those defenses. But that is not the world that we live in. And 32 Oil Derricks loses basically every single unit in his army. Tengus are not able to fight unless they're in the sky against the air forces of Classic Noob. And the 1-2 punch was too much. That first exchange went fine. 32 Oil Derricks won out that fight, but then he goes for the 4th refinery. He also went Naval Yard. He spent his cash, I guess, on a couple of extra things, and he didn't have the defenses. He didn't have the Tengus rebuilt, and because he hasn't gone Tier 2, he, of course, doesn't have the VXs either. Now he's starting to build them, but now it is after losing his entire army, and his opponent has 10 grand worth of army. That was a pretty big army fight loss for the Empire player. As you can see, a huge swing into the advantage of the Allied player, as this Defender will be deployed to anti-air mode, but it might have been a little bit too late as the Cryocopter goes down to half HP, and there's the last rocket from that Defender as these walls get cleared out. And now with the Defender VX gone, that Harvester is also vulnerable. There's the bomb drop, and now the Cryocopter has earned its place. The Imperial Warrior is going to help clear out that airfield, just doing a little bit of damage, forcing the Vindicators to waste their bombs, clearing out Imperial Warriors instead of doing anything useful. And meanwhile, the 4th refinery up and running for the Allied player. Not so much for the Empire player. Cryocopter going down. That Tengu getting a good kill, but it's a 1-for-1 as the Tengu goes down as well. 4.4k of army versus the 8.9k of Classic Noob. Losing that Cryocopter did actually hurt his numbers a little bit there. That is mostly air units, and that is quite a few Apollos as well. But this 4th refinery, the barracks, and I assume a war factory is going to be on the way. That will change this army comp by quite a bit. MCV moving forward. Cryo shot ready and fires off. Gets the Harvester. Well timed there by Classic Noob to catch that Harvester. Oh no, he went in Naval Yard. He did not actually go for the War Factory, so we can assume it's Assault Destroyers. We'll see what Classic Noob chooses to go for. The Imperial Warriors have been a nice attempt, but they just have not worked out. Sometimes the sneaky dojo along the side can cause some problems for one of the players, but in this case, the Imperial Warriors, they just haven't done very much throughout this game. The Vindicators have been able to deal with them by and large, and now the VX is getting in on this base. Tengus go for the transform. The Assault Destroyer is here. The Cryocopter goes down, so at least that problem has been dealt with, but the Apollos are still here, and there's no tsunami tanks to quickly clean up the stuff on the ground. The Tengus are the only ground fighting force now for this Empire player, and the Vindicator will go down. Looks like the airfield will not be 100% dominant from the Allied player. A couple of Cryocopters going down. That ore refinery surviving for now. And the Vindicator that tried to cross the map was not successful. Tengu's going down, but at least the refinery survives. 32 Oil Derricks hanging on and rebuilding, but it's still mostly Tengus. He's got a decent number of Imperial Warriors running around the map. maybe he will be able to pull something off here. But until he has a significant ground force, he is still a little bit hampered. VXs are great, but there's 13.8k of army supply on the other side. A decent portion of that is Apollos. There's at least 6 Apollos here, maybe a couple of more off-screen that we're not seeing. A decent amount of the Allied army is just anti-air. So these strikers in the sky, they can deal with a lot of the stuff on the ground, but if they get caught by the Apollos, then they aren't going to be very useful. Tengus are here. Point defense drones helping out a lot in this fight, and the cryocopter gets shredded once again. Classic Noob losing his cryos, and now the Tengus have a little bit of uptime to knock down this airfield. If he can get one of these airfields, at least it'll slow down the refuel, rearm process of this Allied player. And the VX, 2 of them did survive. One was shrunken down there hiding behind a Tengu, but at least he's got a little bit of fighting firepower left in this game. It's not just all getting knocked down in every exchange. Emperor's Rage is here, and the Vindicators just take the shields off of those VXs. Both VXs do actually survive, at least for now. One of them is heroic, going to be able to heal up a little bit, but they need to get off of the front line. They need to heal back up. And 32 Oil Derricks has done an amazing job of rebuilding his army. And again, depending on how the fight works out, it depends on how much of this anti-air, which shreds 2 VXs. No! 32 Oil Derricks. He gets a couple of Apollos back, but killing the hero VX. And the other one also is the kill that Classic Noob was looking for. He doesn't need to win the fight with only his aircraft, because if he knocks down those VXs, Tengus just don't do a lot of damage to stuff on the ground. Okay, they do if it's infantry. They can shred the infantry, but they just do not kill vehicles all that quickly, or buildings all that quickly. Another Apollo going down. Vindicators are here as well on Overwatch, keeping eyes on this build, on this army. And the Cryoblast fires off, cleans out that refinery. A couple more Apollos going down basically for free. These Tengus need to transform. They will get these jabs, but have they trapped themselves? They need to just exit and avoid the crush as they are coming in. Vindicators coming in for a pass. And this Assault Destroyer may actually end up going down. Striker rockets also getting packaged along with that black hole armor. 2 more Tengus go down. The army just cannot stay consistent as a huge roar locks down so many tank busters. This Assault Destroyer would be dead if that hero dog had not locked down those tank busters. That one Peacekeeper as well, getting so many kills. VX is going to get a couple of free shots off, and then they transform right into the Apollo and get shredded as the Vindicators come back through. Another VX goes down. 32 Oil Derricks, so close to crushing this game, and his army keeps getting swept away. A couple of these engagements are so close to being overwhelming victories for the Empire player, but every time the Apollos swing in, the cryo weapons come through, and the Allied player manages to get some big kills back. I feel like Classic Noob was in a really solid position, and then he hasn't been able to actually win out the game. He hasn't been able to kill 32 Oil Derricks, and 32 Oil Derricks has had a couple of really good exchanges that are almost game-winning, but every time are just short of being amazing. Bomb's gonna get dropped. Big splash damage with the help of that heroic Vindicator. This attack will be softened quite a bit. The Empire infantry not going to be as powerful when they get frozen down and broken into little tiny bits. Getting this 4th refinery back up and running was nice. Unfortunately, the harvester isn't actually working. This naval yard, I don't think, has done anything in this game. I think 32 Oil Derricks has just kind of forgotten about it. There is a lot of cryocopters and a lot of Apollos, so this army value is not 100% real. It is a little bit fake. depending on if the cryocopters can get smashed. But there were 3 or 4 VXs throughout this game. Okay, this is very real. If he freezes the MCV, you can say goodbye to your 1-clicks. The Apollos are actually going to turn and take this fight, and there's no help from the ground from either side, so it's a pure dogfight that so far the Tengus do win, and there goes the army value as it's a cliff for Classic Noob as his Apollos get wiped out, and now both players have very close to equal army value because that's what's left over after the Apollos are taken out of the equation. I also didn't see where the cryocopters went, because if the cryocopters went down, then that is a huge blow to the allied player. Cryogeddon comes in. The MCV is going to be very close to froze. Oh, it gets it! There was enough residual freeze left over from earlier that the Cryogeddon gets the MCV. The Apollo's shredding the Tengus. The rebuild is too fast from Classic Noob. Normally, a Cryogeddon cannot freeze an MCV by itself. You need 2 Cryogeddons to do that. But the leftover freeze from those cryocopters was enough. The residual cold, as the tank busters will get bombed out by these Vindicators. Every single tank buster goes down, and the assault destroyer, it'll take a while for the Imperial Warriors to cut through that armor. Classic Noob, his army value is exploding versus the Empire player. Again, it's a little bit fake because a big chunk of it is Apollos, but you know, a big chunk of it is also real, as these Imperial Warriors are going to push in, and the Black Hole Armor will absorb a lot of that damage. Riptide coming out. Killing off that MCV feels like the straw that broke the camel's back here for the Empire player. Classic Noob, he was on the ropes a little bit. He was on the edge of like losing his advantage in this game. And then that MCV being knocked down. The Tengus going down in the next fight as they're going to fight over top of this war factory, but it just doesn't matter. The repairs are not enough. The support from the ground isn't there. The VX gets frozen, and that will do it. Classic Noob gets 3 in a row and gets the win here on Battle Base Beta. 32 oil derricks. So close to swinging it back, but he wasn't able to do it. With the way these games have been going, satellites won't be the only thing crashing down onto Mers Landing. Here for game number 4, 32 oil derricks and Classic Noob have been fighting some huge dogfights. That air control has been, well, kind of top priority. Of course, the Apollos can't do anything with air control, but they can enable the Vindicators and the Cryocopters to do their work. Wall's not finished just yet to protect that power plant, and the refinery is going to be deployed over there. So that is the airfield first for the Allied player, and I believe it was Apollo first. So there's going to be no bombs dropped right away. It is going to be just scouting and anti-air capabilities from the beginning. 32 oil derricks. Man, that 0-3 scoreline doesn't feel like it really fits how these games have been going. Vindicator will be the second unit out from Classic Noob. So he goes Apollo, he goes Airfield after that, or he goes Vindicator after that. An extra power plant. So we have seen some very powerful Imperial Warrior rushes on Mers Landing in particular. This map, I guess because it's a little bit open, because it has this low ground third base, you can have some very big Imperial Warrior rushes that just overwhelm the Allied or the Soviet player on the other side. It does not seem that we are seeing that just yet from either player. And it is not Cryocopters either. It is an MCV push but with no cryocopters to follow this up. Both players are meeting their MCVs in the middle of the map. They are going to fight it out with the biggest battering rams you've ever seen. And I don't know, do you just go for the MCV cell to get the engineer to stop this allied MCV? What is the plan here for 32 oil derricks? I have to imagine it's a dojo to try and sneak one out, and it is going to be an MCV cell. He does not reposition, so this engineer has a long way to walk, and here's the Vindicator to drop the bomb and clean out that one engineer. This MCV from Classic Noob is far enough away that it's got a little bit of buffer from anything incoming from the Empire. And the first multi-gunner turret does deploy, and it's on top of this dojo. It's in range of that dojo. As the Tengus are going to move in, they're going to put some more damage into this base. They're going to try and clean up the Peacekeepers to enable those Imperial Warriors to do a little bit more, but this is an MCV-less Empire player who only has a mecha base, so no more infantry coming out from the Empire player. Tengus are going to try and bide their time. They go for the big transform. They are going to be able to get one Apollo. No, it manages to escape. It comes back to fight a little bit longer and to die, but a fresh Apollo shows up to get the kill on another Tengu and give chase as the Tsunami tank looks to hide from this multi-gunner turret. The Peacekeepers bullying away the Imperial Warriors, and now finally the multi-gunner turret will go down. The Vindicators need to swoop in and deal with these tanks. Right now, there is a tipping point that is about to fall over. One of these players is both of these players have the potential to just take this game in a couple of short moments. Vindicators clearing out these Tsunami tanks would keep the Allied hope alive. There's one Tsunami down and another with big damage on it. Apollos will be getting sent back home. I feel like we need like one VX, but then, of course, one VX can get bombed out by the Vindicators. So then you need two VXs, but that's a lot of cash to spend on VXs. As the Tsunami tanks move forward, they're going to pull back. Nicely done there. Very good control from 32 oil derricks. Keeps one of his Tsunami tanks still firing to kill off this multi-gunner turret, but you have to worry about the next wave of attacks coming in from these Vindicators. They've already refueled, they've already rearmed, but there's 5 Tsunami tanks. The bombs do get split, but 2 Tsunamis go down, and that's a lot of cash off the field. This MCV placement is pretty much perfect with the multi-gunner turret able to reach out to this mecha bay. Can he actually reach the war factory there? I think he can, as once again the Tsunami tanks are going to start the fight off, but the Vindicators come in, and the Vindicators don't go down. The VXs don't absorb any of the damage to keep the Tsunamis alive, and now this is 3 VXs, which seems like a bit too much considering how many Tsunamis have gone down. Double multi-gunner turret plus the Javelins. The tipping point has been reached as Classic Noob has a basically unbreakable position here. The Javelins will be getting forced away. 1-2 of them get crushed, but this war factory has taken so much damage. Here's the Hail Mary as the VXs go for the transform. The Apollos will move in to shred those VXs. The Tsunami tanks will be safe, and it has to be one off of those few units, and it can't be done. Classic Noob clinches it 4-0. A perfect score versus 32 oil derricks throughout this tournament. 7 games to 0. Classic Noob will advance into playoffs as either the 3rd or 4th seed. But on the other side, it's going to be Green Alert versus Andre to decide who will face Classic Noob for that seeding match. One last best of 7, one last spot to be filled. Rocking the green, playing the Empire, disappointing the viewers. This is Green Alert. Some of you folks just love when he plays Soviets and hate when he plays anything else. But on the right side, going airfield first, this is Andre, aka Never Cheese, who is currently cheesing. Although he did go through a streak where he did never cheese. We do have the fast 3rd refinery coming out from Green Alert. We do have the fast Vindicator coming out from Andre, and double Javelin packed along with this airfield for defense. So when you do the barracks variant of this, you of course do get the oil derrick. You maybe even grab a Peacekeeper into one of these buildings, and then you do get the option of that extra added defense with those javelin soldiers. And also with this setup of walls, you can wall in the MCV if you need to. You got an extra wall there, and then you can corner off the MCV. And in this case, I guess we're not going to be seeing that, but it does protect you against an unknown Imperial Warrior rush that the Empire player might be going for. Mecha Bay, unbelievably late compared to how it normally should be, but of course that's because of the Defender cores, that's because of the 3rd Refinery, and it is going to be mostly air units. There are a couple of ground units out on the field, but overwhelmingly this is all air units from the Allied player, so both of the Defender VXs into anti-air mode is a good choice. Double Vindicator already over top, and Green Alert is also going for a dojo as well. I'm not sure what his plan is there with the dojo deployed inside of his own base, but technically it does give another option for these Vindicators to bomb out. They will decide to go for the first Defender. Gonna be another power plant as well, so the power plant comes out before the next Defender, but there's only 2 Vindicators, so for the current moment there are no quick bombing runs, and I think it was 3 Apollo or 2 Apollos as well. Maybe he only went 1 Apollo. At any rate, the Allied MCV is off to the south, so he is not going for a full cheese. I mislabeled him from the beginning. He's actually going, this is just an airfield opener. I thought for sure he was going Cryo Rush here to try and punish a fast 3rd Refinery, but it's actually not a cheese at all. He did just go for an airfield first, and now he's going for a potential 3rd Refinery out here on the water. He may turret push after that, but we are well past the early minutes of the game. Tier 2 is done on the Mecha Bay, and this dojo is being kept around for now, but we are well past the early minutes of the game where this could be considered a real cheese. And maybe he does turret push, which can be a frustrating strategy to deal with, but this is past the 3.5 minute mark. We are past the 3rd Refinery timings. Power plant comes up, could go for a naval yard. He hasn't gone tier 2, so could go with naval yard, could go second airfield as well, and then get tier 2 and maybe look to add some cryocopters into the mix. But Never Cheese living up to his name in this case, and genuinely not cheesing this game. He is going for a very forward MCV placement, which makes me think he's going to turret push, but, you know, nothing has materialized just yet. And yeah, this could be just be tier 2 assault destroyers, and you pack a couple of them along with your build. This is just an unanswered VX play. Power plant goes down. It's going to be low power mode momentarily here for Andrew. That will slow things down a bit. The Harvester escapes so far, and the Tengu also escapes. Is this going to be kind of a clean play by Green Alert? He's moving back in. He's putting a little bit of damage potentially into this airfield. Riptide getting pushed back. Vindicators are here on the south side dealing with those Imperial Warriors. The wall's going to get busted down, and these Javelin soldiers going to pop on out. They're going to get a couple of shots against these VXs. The Apollo comes in. 2 VXs transform, and the Vindicators going to drop their bombs, cleaning up the Tengus, trading one back. The Tengus get a second kill, so that's 2 Vindicators down, but traded back for a good number of Empire units as well. Then the GG comes out. Okay, Green Alert picks up the first kill. Andrew's opener not going the way that he wanted. He had that third base, but he was worried about his main getting trashed. And that will send us to Infinity Isle. Andrew not ready for the big wave of that attack. If he had maybe defended that first wave a little bit better, he could have held on to his main. But the second wave of that attack pushing in, cleaning up a big chunk of his air forces. And this may very well be a cryo rush. It's a bit more common here on Infinity Isle. On Epicenter Island, because it's so common for Empire players to go for that third, I did think Andrew was going for the cheese. We'll see if it actually is. He faked me out last time. I called him a cheeser when he wasn't actually cheesing. So in this case, it may not be. Okay, there we go. We got cryocopters. We got the 1 minute mark, and we also have the tier 2 already up in here. No 3rd refinery for the Empire player, but he will pick up both. Ooh, this is going to be a close one. The bombs usually don't drop in time. The engineer, no, draws Okay, it didn't matter. He walked the wrong way, as you could see there. He went to the outside just for a moment before hopping inside of that oil derrick. Green Alert gets both oil derricks. He gets his 2 refineries set up. This is as good as you can hope. He's got 1, 2 defender cores, 3 and 4 are finishing up. So he's got 2 defender cores active. He's got 2 more that are on the way. They should finish up momentarily, but 1 has already been knocked down. The first cryocopter is here. An additional dojo. So the dojo is, of course, not going to deal with anything from the sky, but it does mean instead of spending money on a mecha bay, he is going for infantry, which he is no longer going for infantry because he sells off his dojo, and he's only got a couple of Imperial Warriors. So he has some kind of a plan for this game. I just don't know that it involves winning this game. We'll see. For the current moment, the Imperial Warriors are going to push away that MCV. They do that chip damage over time. This is quite a cluster. I think this refinery is reachable from the north side, but with only 1 cryocopter, because the MCV moved out immediately, there was only 1 cryocopter constructed. Vindicators will be able to bomb out 1 of the... Oh, okay, the Vindicator survives. That was almost very bad. Is he going to build an airfield back over here? If he doesn't get an airfield out, then it's going to take unbelievably long time for these Vindicators to refuel and rearm. This actually looks like it's working out. He doesn't have... I am a little bit worried about the no mecha bay, but we'll see. And he gets just the Peacekeeper. He uses the dojo just to get the Peacekeeper from the sell-off, and then he wants the multi-gunner turret to have the option of that Peacekeeper jumping inside. Vindicator's coming in. He's going to bomb out the dojo, and that will be the end of 1 Vindicator. The dojo goes down, the naval yard gets frozen. The airfield hasn't been rebuilt. I do get a little bit worried about the airfield not being replaced over here on the left side of the map. It's so long for the Vindicators to cross the map. It's no more cryocopters out on the field. When you're playing off of just this 1 refinery economy like Andrew has, it is very difficult to actually have enough cash to get stuff out, but getting that airfield on this side of the map does seem important. For now, he's going to try and do it just with multi-gunner turrets. That's going to work out for the current moment. 1 multi-gunner turret is going to get top-dropped and knocked down as the multi-gunner turret will just cycle through. It's not quite a turtle. It's not quite playing leapfrog here with these multi-gunner turrets, but it is close with the multi-gunner turrets spread out the way that they are. MCV going to be taking big damage. 3rd multi-gunner turret gets deployed. Tank Buster will be dealt with very quickly, but this multi-gunner turret isn't long for the world with the double VXs pumping out damage into them. Eventually, the Yari mini-sub did come out. The Cryocopter abandoned its post, trying to freeze down this naval yard. But if the MCV has a beachhead, then this is no longer looking as good for Green Alert. He was stabilizing there, but he was stabilizing off of a big electricity bill, and that bill has come due. The Defender VX cores don't have the free reign to do damage whenever they want. If the lights are out, they are useless. MCV has taken big damage. The Vindicator came back across the map. He never built another Vindicator, it looks like. He just kept that first one around. And once again, the lights are out. This multi-gunner turret deployed on the far side. Nothing to challenge this MCV. Yari mini-subs, 2 of them got built. That's 1,800. They're not attacking power plants. They actually could clear out both of the power plants. Green Alert is going to be kicking himself when he realizes that these were free kills that he could have taken down, could have slowed down the Allied war machine by a bit. And now they spent tier 2 on an Imperial docks, but it's about to get frozen. The Cryocopter will be pushed away. Okay, it'll be worth it if the Sea-Wing gets the kill, but the Sea-Wing doesn't get the kill. You can't tell me that's calculated as close to death as that Cryocopter came. That was unbelievably close. A bit too close for comfort there, as double power plant will get frozen and the Defender cores have to be sold off because there's nothing that can be done. The Allied power plants are not being targeted down by Green Alert. He spent 1,600 on these 2 Yari mini-subs, and they are just sitting idle in his own waters, basically. He is moving them out now. And the GG comes out. Green alert will tap out. Andre gets the win and evens up the score 1-1. Game 3, the tiebreaker, will take us to Crissa Barrel Garden in the north. Rocking the green. This is Green alert. Sticking with Empire. Meanwhile, in the south, allies as always. This is Andre. And it doesn't look like it's airfield first. He has gone barracks, and he's not killing off his own oil derrick, as we saw a classic noob doing versus an Empire player. But he is going, it looks like just normal, fairly normal opener. He did go barracks, and he didn't just build a couple of units and then sell off the barracks. He's kept it around to get a couple of additional peacekeepers, to pick up a couple of additional units. Airfield gets deployed. It is airfield before second refinery, so it's a bit of a fast airfield, but not in comparison to that previous game with the cryo rush, with the airfield first, all that sort of stuff. With the one refinery MCV move, MCV is moving out, but there's a double expansion in the south there, so we won't call anything just yet. Green alert on the other side, pushing a decent number of Imperial warriors out onto the field. It's not an overwhelming number just yet, because there are 6 peacekeepers behind this front line, but that's a dojo. You could deploy it at any point, block off this third refinery, and then also go for a big swell of infantry behind that. Apollo clears out the burst drone, and the MCV deployed close enough to potentially take both of these refinery locations in one, even if not, then those refineries can be taken very quickly, one after the other. Imperial Warriors going to be fighting. Tengu hanging out in the corner of the map there, getting flagged by something as the Apollos come back for Overwatch. And this is a decent number of Imperial Warriors inside of the base, but of course, almost everything is walled up. So there isn't a lot for the Imperial Warriors to actually do. Vindicators can clean out tank busters pretty easily, and you really need a couple of Tengus or something to help you break open these walls if you're the Empire player. Imperial Warriors, they're just going to gun down these Peacekeepers. Maybe they get the kill on the Javelin Soldier as well. Always nice to clean those up. Walls coming back in to close off this Harvester from the attacks, and the Tengus will skate to the outside. Harvester going to take some big damage when the Vindicator kills off that Tengu. Yeah, it almost kills off the Harvester as well. So good bomb splitting there by Andre. Maximum damage. Kills 2 tank busters and a Harvester. And this Tengu is going to give its life. The Apollos disengage. Very nicely done there by Andre. He does not kill the Tengu over top of the Harvester. He's gonna try and get the Harvester out of there, and he needs to clear up these Imperial Warriors first. And those Tengus shows up, and the Tengus are they're self-sacrificing. Green alert gets the kill. It happens. It takes so long, but it does eventually happen. Their refinery gets sold off, and Andre is, I guess, okay with that because he's got this second refinery down there. Green alert operating off of a thin income as well, with just the 2 refineries for the current moment. He is going for a third refinery, doing all of this with his Imperial Warriors. And the Naval Yard as well will be the follow-up. And the Apollos go for the Scout. Andre is like, you have to be doing something suspicious over there. This all-out aggression with the Tengus killing themselves over top of the refinery, with the Imperial Warriors going all out with the aggression. You have to be doing something. And he goes over and he's like, oh, well, no, it's actually looking kind of normal with the third refinery. With the Naval Yard, everything the Empire is doing isn't that crazy. Good bomb splitting once again from Andre. He has been on top of these bomb splits. Double power plant out there, so a Naval Yard and a couple of Yari mini-subs have a lot of targets to choose from. Those are the 2 power plants from the last game that Green Alert did not knock down. Imperial Warriors, they are eventually going to go down, but they have done so much damage over the course of this game, chipping away at so many units, chipping away at this MCV. I think this is going to force a barracks and an engineer, which of course is just money spent that doesn't get you much. It just gets you back to where you already were. before the Imperial Warriors bullied you and knocked your health bar down to like 20%. Cryocopters are now up. They do get spotted immediately, so a couple of Defender cores could be coming out. Naval Yard has already been sold off. Only one Yari mini-sub this time. No upgrade to Tier 2. Nothing like that. Cryocopter also freezing in this Imperial Warrior, but that does mean that both Cryocopters will get seen. And the Defender Corps is already deploying. I think that naval expansion will be safe. We'll see how the VXs are able to keep everything under lock and key. If the, nope, they're going right for the water expansion. Cryo Shot is going to be firing off as well. The Harvester can be kept off, so it's just going to be the Refinery and the Defender VX that get frozen here by the Cryocopters. The Defenders are right on the edge of range there. Do you want to commit in for the kill? Point defense drones have been applied. Okay, the Refinery is going to go down, but what can you trade back for it? Both water expansions, it looks like, are going to be under threat, as the Yari mini-sub is going to get the kill here in the south as well. The tussle continues in the north as the Apollos will escape away, skating away from those Tengus, leaving the Cryocopter to die, but the Apollos turn back around. The Cryocopter goes down anyway, and the Apollos, one of them gets clipped. Tengu, one will die in the exchange. The Yari mini-sub still unanswered out there on the water. These Javelins now going to get shredded, gunned down by the Tengus, which get exploded by the Vindicators, but the GG comes out, and Andre will tap out as Green Alert picks up his second win. It's on to Deep Sea for game number 4, and Andre in the north needs to even things up. He's down 1-2, and he did a great job in game number 2 of evening up the score. But now Green Alert is back to his 1-point advantage. He was in the same spot in that game number 2 on an Infinity Island. Then things slipped away. Andre evened things up, and, you know, Green Alert's big advantage that he earned disappeared. Green Alert playing well as Empire. You cannot fault him for going with Empire. He's playing very well with the faction. But, you know, would be nice to see a little bit more variety from him. We will see if he chooses to switch it up in any of the next games of this series. The airfield late by comparison to most of Andre's other games because he went for a decent number of infantry. He went for that barracks. He packed along a couple of these Javelin soldiers. I guess just one. Only one defending Javelin soldier. Everything else is walled in tightly, and those Tengus won't really be able to kill off that Javelin soldier unless they land right on top of him, which means they're not going for any of the higher value targets that are available to attack. Imperial Warriors are going to tear down this oil derrick, and, well, goodbye to those Imperial Warriors. Even all the way there on the low ground, they still get somersaulted by that oil derrick exploding. And on the Empire side, it is a mecha bay and lots of Tengus for the current moment for Green Alert. One Tengu gets clobbered there by the Vindicator, and we'll see if the attacks can continue, because right now, once again, this MCV is taking a lot of chip damage. Peacekeepers, they can survive versus the Imperial Warriors, but they can't survive versus the crush of the dojo, so 4 or 5 Peacekeepers go down, not quite for free, but for pretty low cost. A couple of wall segments have been cleared out there. Andre needs to replace them, but his MCV is too far away. His Harvester comes off the line to go for the crush. Tengus are swinging through on the north side of the map. They're looking for an angle into this base. They're going to come in, transform, and they're going to change the face of this fight. Third Refinery up and running. MCV backing up to deal with this Imperial Warrior threat. Peacekeepers maybe getting a kill or two, but it's time for the Tengus to arrive. 2 of them on top of one Harvester, 1 of them on top of this other Harvester as the Javelin Soldier gets a couple of shots off there, but it's just not enough. Harvester taking a bit of damage, being harassed by a Tengu over at that third base location. And Green Alert, he may not be killing a lot of Harvesters, but he is forcing them off the line. There are 0 working Harvesters out of the 3 that should, in theory, be bringing in money for the Allied cause. And instead, for a minute there, none of them actually were working. One of them did end up getting taken out, but the other two did survive. They're still now going to get back to work, but that does hurt the economy of Andri. He should be soaring ahead, but he lost that oil derrick. He's lost so much mining time. Now, another Tengu is going to go down, but it's directly over top of these buildings. It'll knock down a couple of more wall segments as well. And this MCV taking so much damage from these Imperial Warriors, they are just hammering away at that the health bar. They're down to 30% HP or something, putting a bit of damage into this ore refinery as well, just causing so many problems for the allied player with these unbelievably cheap Imperial Warriors. The walls do a phenomenal job of stopping them, and here's the engineer getting stopped by the Tengus. Now the engineer has no point to come out with the MCV going down. He takes a lot of Tengus with him, but it's just not worth it. 3 or 4 Tengus going down in exchange for an MCV. Green Alert will take that trade every day of the week. Andri down to 1 harvester, sells off his 3rd base. He's deploying for the build radius. GG comes out. He, in theory, could have teched up to cryocopters, but it just doesn't happen as Andri gets bullied by Imperial Warriors, and Green Alert gets another win. That'll send us to Mers Landing for game number 5. Andri has chosen this as the next battleground. But again, as I talked about the last time we saw this, there have been a number of Imperial Warrior heavy plays from Empire players on this map that have worked out very well. When the Allied player goes down to the low ground, it can be very dangerous. And that last game, Andri got, like, paper cut to death by the Imperial Warriors. So it does make me a little bit worried again, but the walls are looking good. Everything is sewed up tight so far. We do have a little bit of annoyance with these peacekeepers, or with these barracks coming out from the Imperial Warrior. There's no peacekeepers, there's no dogs from the Allied player. The engineer from the Allied player will not make an appearance before the 2-minute mark, unless he rushes it out right now. But I have to assume that he's going for... Okay, he's going for a second airfield. I thought he was going to be going for War Factor and Naval Yard or something other than a second airfield, but no, he's going second airfield, and this is a decent number of Imperial Warriors streaming across the map. Mecha Bay is up and running. Double oil derrick, no, just 1 oil derrick for Green Alert thus far in this game. Vindicators moving out onto the field, striking across the map, and they see 2 more dojos. That is not what an Allied player wants to see. The chip damage has already started. The Vindicators are on the wrong side of the map. They are far away in terms of distance, so they can't drop their bombs on these Imperial Warriors. And the bombs have to be split to maximize damage there. He gets 3 Imperial Warriors, but again, it just took so much longer because the Vindicators were on the wrong side of the map. The MCV deploys a power plant way out there, very exposed, can be knocked down by more Imperial Warriors, by the 2 additional dojos that have been deployed by the Empire player. MCV can at least get some free repairs. We'll see how long he actually stays in vehicle mode to get those repairs, or if the Imperial Warriors just are a little bit too much to deal with. Vindicators looking for a target. They find 3 VXs. This is not what they were hoping for. They bomb out a power plant, which in a different game could be a great choice. But in this case, it's not doing as much for the Empire player or for the Allied player as he would like. Engineer headed for that oil derrick. Vindicators will have enough time to bomb out that engineer if they are quick and focused on that. They only need 1 bomb to take him down. And he does activate the speed boost. Now it's going to be closest if they can actually get over there in time. They don't even try. They let that oil derrick get captured, and now Andri is missing the power plant that he built on the low ground. Green Alert finds that exposed power plant, and now the walls have been constructed. There is a multi-gunner. No, that's just a wall segment randomly down there. I feel like we do need a multi-gunner turret up here on the high ground. And Andri, he's got the lights back on. But there is so much free space for Green Alert with this aggressive Imperial Warrior opening to do whatever he wants. I am getting the sneaking suspicion that he sold off his MCV, as it might be a bit of a jump in the economy. Not a big jump in the economy, but I do think he sold off his MCV there, and that's where that engineer came from. I just missed it on the viewing. So if he hadn't sold his MCV, I would be expecting to see a third or a fourth refinery coming out from the Empire player. But in this case, I guess he's just going to pump all of that cash into his army and then look to break open this allied base. Vindicators are starting to clear out these Imperial Warriors. And Andriy does have $1,000 in the bank, so once he gets everyone refueled, rearmed, healed back up to full, he can go for a war factory, go for a barracks, and start putting actual units onto the field. It does feel like he needs to go tier 2. He needs cryocopters and IFVs to help deal with this army that is bearing down on him. He uses all of the Vindicator bombs, well, 4 out of 5 Vindicators to bomb out that oil derrick, and an Apollo gets broken up over top of the Allied base. What is the choice here by Andriy? Because he needs to deal with these VXs. That's a free kill there as Red Alert 3 pauses for just a moment so it can wait for this next segment of the game to load in. The Vindicators here for the bombing run. Big bombing run, cleans up a couple of VXs, and the Apollo will get a kill as well as the GG comes out, and Andriy will tap out. The Imperial Warriors lit the torch. They started the fire that burned Andriy out of this series. Green Alert gets the win, and Green Alert will be the 8th and final player advancing into playoffs. Gathering Storm playoffs will be kicking off, but we have one more seeding match to get to before that. And welcome to the seeding match, the final best of 7 of playoffs, the final best of 7 of this video before playoffs, not the final best of 7 of playoffs. That doesn't make any sense. Final qualification best of 7. You already know who this is. This is Green Alert. Meanwhile, on the right side, rocking the orange, playing the Allies. Give it up for Classic Noob. Now, some quick facts and figures for this airfield first, but still barracks. He's doing the thing again. He is nuking his own oil derrick. I feel like I just missed this detail in his games. And then, yeah, he stops. He's keeping it so that he can get a couple of loads of oil out of it, a couple of pumps of the old oil derrick, and then he's just gonna blow it up. Anyways, Green Alert and Classic Noob, as I did say in the other series, they faced off earlier in the tournament, round of 8, maybe? I think it was round of 8. They faced off. Green Alert did end up losing that series, but he did give Classic Noob a fight in some of the games, but whoever wins this, because they will be the 3rd seed versus the 4th seed heading into playoffs, whoever wins this series gets the joy of playing, I believe, Mirage Tank, but then whoever loses has to play DDF. So the way the seeding works going into playoffs is basically the 1st seed of one side of the qualification plays the 4th seed from the other side of the qualification. So because DDF and Mirage Tank were the 1-2 seeds from the BattleNet qualifier, they will be playing the 3-4 seeds. And I will just say, based on how the BattleNet qualifier went, you have a much better chance versus Mirage Tank. Still not a good chance, but you have a better chance versus Mirage Tank than you would versus DDF. DDF was playing a bit like a demon through the entire qualification over there on BattleNet, and really dominant player. Mirage Tank, still very good player, beat a number of good players to get into that number 2 spot, but not necessarily quite as dominating. The other facts and figures as this game is progressing into a 3 refinery setup for both players. I did think it was going to explode into something, but it's been relatively straightforward. Green Alert tried the Imperial Warrior chip damage thing that he had some success with versus some other players, versus Andre in particular. He was able to put a lot of pressure on Andre with those Imperial Warriors. It did some damage to the MCV, but not quite enough. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that I ran the numbers for playoffs. There will be between 63 and 117 games played in playoffs. The lowest possible number that we could have is 63, and the highest possible number that we could have, oh no, is 117. So we have a misplaced fourth refinery versus an MCV cell. It looks like the engineer tried to be bombed out there, but the observation deck has been captured. The fourth refinery location out here on the water has been scouted out by the allied player, and this is a big potential problem. Now, misplacing this refinery is not the end of the world. It does slow this path down by 10 or 20%, which does reduce your income. But over the long course of the game, it is, of course, still much better to have that refinery than not have it. Although it is now much closer to being an oil derrick's worth of income than it would be otherwise. The transform not coming through, so those strikers must have just flipped into their air mode because one of them died to an Apollo for no good reason. So the only thing I can think of is that Green Alert mistimed that and that he was in the sky waiting for the cooldown to tick off and waiting for his ability to drop down onto the ground. It looks like we do have a dojo, we do have a Mecha Bay out here on the floor, so he can potentially rebuild an MCV if he has to. Double multi-gunner turret at the front door, Vindicators coming in, big bombing run, lots of splash damage. That's 2, now 3 dead strikers on the ground, and there's no more protection from the sky. Bombs will rain down, and there's nothing Green Alert can do about it. Another striker stomping his way to the front line, MCV under threat. There is actually just no ground units here from Classic Noob, but it basically doesn't matter because with 4 Vindicators, he can bomb out these ground targets so incredibly quickly. One more VX making its way, but it just feels like it doesn't matter if you can't survive the bombing runs from the Vindicators. How can you break down the base? One bombing run was finally survived there, but now the tsunamis go down, and now the VX is in the sky. He's able to keep the damage up on this MCV. The MCV may end up going down here, a massive blow to the allied player, but no, the striker goes down, the Apollo gets the kill, and now this tsunami tank is just asking for it, waiting for the Vindicators to refuel, rearm, and goodbye to that tsunami. Reinforcements on their way in get cleaned up, and Classic Noob has weathered the storm. Green Alert has thrown everything that he's got at the allied player, and it just didn't work. You better take to the skies if you want to overcome those walls, because Classic Noob is not giving up early. Green Alert has been defeated. The first point gets picked up in this race to see who will play against DDF in playoffs. And even though these series are not elimination games or anything like that, they do have a little bit of weight to them. It's not hugely impactful just because even playoffs is double elimination, so you are guaranteed your spot in the top 8. You are guaranteed 2 best of 7s, but if you lose both of them, then you will be out of the tournament. You will take that 7-8 spot split, as we do have another early airfield coming in here for Classic Noob. He has gotten himself an oil derrick, and he has nearly killed it off as well. First burst drone does end up going down. The dojo is now on the floor, and it does feel like this best of 7 matters a bit more than some of the ones in the past, just because some of the ones in the past, we didn't know who the other players they were going to be facing. But in this case, it's like, well, if you lose this, you play DDF. And that's not a guaranteed first round knockout, but that is almost objectively the strongest player in this tournament. The competition over on the Battle.net side was quite fierce, and Classic Noob and Green Alert did both try to qualify through the Battle.net qualifier and were unable to. Classic Noob, Green Alert, OP Shizhao, 3 of the 4 players in the CCO qualifier first tried in the Battle.net qualifier and were unable. Now, that does not mean that they will get knocked out first round by the players in the Battle.net qualifier, but it does mean that they have already tried to beat those same players and they were unable to. So in this case, I would rather face Mirage Tank than DDF. And Mirage Tank is not an easy opponent, as we did see in the Battle.net qualifier. So this best of 7 does matter, but it doesn't matter as much as some of the games that have come previously. And then also, if you did see some of the other qualification, some of the seeding matches, because there have been 4 seeding matches in total, some of them were absolute bangers, some great games coming out of those matches. The walls are very complete here. We saw a little bit of damage coming out onto some of these buildings. Maybe it was onto, I don't even know what building it was, but a little bit of damage from those Imperial Warriors, and then nothing else from Green Alert. He has not been able to do any poking or prodding to this allied force. And now the Vindicators are coming through. They're going to drop their bombs. The bomb splitting is looking pretty good from Classic Noob. I don't think he's messed up a bomb split yet. And as you can see, Green Alert was a little bit worried that the targets would be painted on his stuff on this side of the map. For the current moment, this is not a good fight for the Tengus. The Apollo's going to be able to find an angle to kill off one of the Tengus, but both Apollos will escape, and it looks like they're far enough ahead that the Tengus won't be able to catch up. Sometimes the Tengus can chase if the Apollos aren't that far away from the airfield. The Tengus can chase and kill the Apollo as it's trying to land on the airfield, but in this case that just doesn't happen. Javelin Soldier coming over, second airfield now on the field. Javelin Soldier gonna help get a couple of shots against these Tengus. One Apollo crashes down, but traded back for another Tengu, and this is not a good exchange for the Tengu player. If he picks up a kill or 2 on some of these Vindicators, then it will be a good exchange for the Tengu player. If he's able to actually knock down some of these Harvesters, then it will be a good exchange for Green Alert. Apollo getting a couple of shots there. For now, the Harvester does survive. Green Alert has lots of time and lots of space to do whatever he wants on the other side of the map. For now, he has not taken an additional refinery. He might, no, he's not going for an additional refinery either. It does look like he may have sold off his MCV, or he is hiding it somewhere. We did see his MCV driving. Okay, that's where it is. That's not where I was looking for it. We did see his MCV driving. Okay, now we're getting some damage done. 2 Vindicators going down. That is significant kills here for the Empire player. And now with those Vindicators dead, the Tengus can actually transform onto the ground and put some damage out. What is the MCV doing here? Is it for dojos? Is it for VXs? Is he gonna just sell his MCV and try and force the Vindicators to be distracted momentarily? But that is a huge catch, killing off both of those Vindicators. The Harvester is off the line, the third refinery under threat, and it looks like it will end up going down. These Tengus could potentially be packed a little bit closer, and Classic Noob is just going to wait it out. He splits his bombs. He actually minimizes the splash damage that's happening to his own building, but that is still 3+ Tengus that went down in the pursuit of killing off that refinery, which means it's cheaper to replace the refinery than it is to replace those Tengus. It's not always a numbers game, but sometimes it really is, as the tank busters will get targeted down. The multi-gunner turret will survive this first version of the onslaught, and I feel like we need tsunamis, we need VXs. I don't know that this MCV move across the map is working out as well as Green Alert would have hoped. He got one refinery down, he killed another Harvester, or he forced it away, but there is still a Harvester here. The Apollos will shred a Tengu. The Harvester will get back to work. And for now, the Tengus are largely unopposed. Now he actually blocks off the Harvester with his own walls. That is amazing by Green Alert, just trolling his opponent with those walls. It doesn't change very much. No, not at all. But it is annoying to his opponent. It does delay that Harvester from getting back to work. And these Tengus continue to get picked off by these Vindicators. These single strikes being confirmed kills, and the double airfield turned out to be such a good investment by Classic Noob. His Apollos and Vindicators have done massive damage to Green Alert, and now on the other side, what is Green Alert doing? It feels like if Green Alert had taken a third refinery behind this instead of moving his MCV to the other side of the map, he would have been in a better spot. Harvester gets caught. That's a cryo blast, that cryo shot that will find a Harvester, and the Tengus are skating off down to the south side. We saw this in some of the fights previously. The Tengu numbers get cold in one of the fights, and then the second fight is where the allied player is able to break the game open. That second round, after the first wave of Tengus has been mostly eliminated, and then you're building like 3 or 4 Apollos at once if you've got 3 or 4 airfields, and then it almost doesn't matter, because if you've got a couple of cryocopters, you've got a couple of Vindicators, and the Apollos can rebuild 3 at a time, it can be really difficult to come back from if you are the Empire player. Tengu's going for the harass. There's going to be the multi-gunner turret here, and one Tengu going down has almost paid for that Harvester. Airfield does end up getting sold off. Oh, the Vindicators, if they get caught on the deck, they need to go run away. They need to go refuel somewhere else. A power plant being targeted down. Green Alert should be doing something behind this, but he's not. He goes for double barracks. He sells his MCV, and he's going to be targeting down this power plant. That might put the lights out, but this Vindicator has already spotted that engineer, so there's no sneaky capture to get Green Alert back in this game. He needs to do massive damage right here, right now, and he does have, of course, still a war factory on the other side of the map. He can switch up to tsunami tanks, to VXs, and he is already doing that, but he needs to get big value out of the infantry and out of the Tengus. Okay, not big value out of the infantry. He does manage to kill off that multi-gunner turret, but the dojos have been eliminated, and that removes the possibility of building tank busters. VXs, they are not making their way across the map. Maybe now they are. They've gone into air mode. Killing off this refinery again is nice, but this isn't the end of the road. There's still 2 working refineries over here, and there's no oil derrick, which is an advantage for Green Alert. If it comes down to 2 refineries versus 2 refineries and an oil derrick, then the advantage is to Green Alert. But the Apollo going to be able to escape. Freezy Ray will not be picked up. I don't think this Harvester will still be frozen by the time that Vindicator crosses the map. Actually, it's going to be closed. This Harvester got really well frozen, as he will turn back around. Tengus transform, and the Tengus pick up the kill. The Harvester is safe. Rebuilding those Harvesters is costly for the Empire player, and the MCV may be out of range for these walls. Yeah, the MCV can't rebuild these walls, so the Harvester has to come off the line, and the Striker's trying to move into body block for these Imperial Warriors. The Tengu's going to go for the transform, and they will clean up that Harvester. Green Alert is making it happen. Killing off the Harvesters is real damage done to the allied economy. I would love if he was able to pick off this extraneous power plant out there on the fringe. If he was able to kill off some of these power plants to stop multi-gunner turrets from being effective and just keep wasting the allied money. But this third refinery is back up and running. This killing off one refinery doesn't do as much damage as it initially looked like, and now the walls should be rebuilt. The MCV is watching over these Tengus getting blasted apart, and once again the Allied Air Force has found the angle to destroy the Empire forces. The tsunami tanks take so long to cross the map. They were heading up to the high ground and then moving over, and now they're just returning to base. And one by one, these Empire units are getting bombed out of existence. The multi-airfield play is too hard for Empire players to deal with when they go for these sorts of strategies. I guess you either need a ton of infantry or you need to just not deal with the Apollos. You need to just keep everything on the ground and use the Tengus to fight only on the ground, so the Vindicators have to use full loads of bombs to clean them up. Because when you fight the Apollos in the sky, you lose too many Tengus with this kind of a style. It has not worked out for almost any Empire players in these matches. They pretty much always end up losing the dogfight versus the Apollos in the long run. They don't necessarily lose the first or second or third dogfight with the Apollos, but I've noticed a trend where every time there is eventually a tipping point where the Apollos get replaced too quickly compared to the Tengus, compared to the VXs, and now with the shrink ray coming in from the cryocopter. This is not a cryo rush. This is 12 minutes in before we're seeing these cryocopters, and there just isn't enough power left in the Empire forces. The economy is too weak. There have been too many units that have already gone down that now these cryocopters are a real menace. And now this refinery going down, the Harvester has been eliminated. This is a good first step here for Green Alert, but we've already been here. He is running a marathon worth of first steps in the right direction, and yet he hasn't moved anywhere closer to his end goal. Cryocopters coming in. There's one cryocopter for every one of these strikers. The Vindicator is able to clean up these strikers with ease, and the GG coming in momentarily here. Feels like some of these games, they will freeze 1 second before the game ends, and we have to wait this out for Red Alert 3 to do its little buffering thing. We'll see if this game progresses a little bit longer, or if it just, yeah, it ends. This is like the 4th time that's happened. Like within 10 seconds of the freeze, the game then ends, and the GG will come out. Classic Noob picks up a second win. Green Alert needs to change his tactics. The change can begin right here on Battle Base Beta in the north, playing the green. This is Green Alert. It's a triple dojo start for the Green Empire player. And in the south, looking good in this series, going airfield first, it's Classic Noob. No oil derrick for this guy, not this time around. He is going airfield into refinery, it looks like, and Vindicator right out of the gate. So no Apollo for the quicker scout, no burst drone targeting. He wants maximum bombs, and it's going to be versus a 3 refinery opener. So Green Alert is getting some a little bit of a different strategy here, a little bit of a different angle on this build. He's going for that 3 refineries. He is not pumping out a ton of Imperial Warriors to try and take over the middle of the map. He is instead going to hope to capture his opponent's oil derrick, which he will not do. 3 Vindicators. That's 3,600 in the first 90 seconds of the game, just about before his second refinery, and it's into a 3rd refinery as well. So this is a perfect read on the situation by Classic Noob. 3 refineries from the Empire player, 3 refineries from the Allied player. Classic Noob, did he go a full 4? No, he's got the Scouting Apollo. Okay, so it's 3 Vindicators and an Apollo. He can bomb out this. Oh, he's going for the power plant, actually. He's not going for the Defender. It's the power plant straight away, and he can get another bombing run functionally before there's enough Tengus to really punish him very much. The Apollos finishes the scout, and from here, Classic Noob can target power plants, the oil derrick, or go for this Defender. And either of them, any of those are good targets as long as it keeps those Tengu numbers on the other side of the map, and Tengus in either low numbers or on the other side of the map, because I guess if it doesn't matter if your opponent has a million Tengus if they just stay in their own base the whole time. And he's coming in for another bombing run. We'll choose the oil derrick, a little bit safer there, and he will keep the Apollo on the other side of the map for now to keep an eye on these Tengus, give them an early warning system. If the Tengus are going for that attack, they will pass by this Apollo first, and the Apollo can either give his life in the exchange, Ooh, or he will manage to escape for now. The Tengu's a little bit slower than the Apollo using the return to base, and this is going to be straight into harassment for Green Alert. He is already, Classic Noob has already gone for that second airfield down there on the low ground, on the water. More Apollos on their way. And this can be 5 Apollos with this airfield set up, and straight into a potential 4th refinery there on the high ground for Classic Noob. Green Alert has a decision point to make, and he's going to commit into the attack. He's going to try and shut down these Apollos before he even has point defense drones. One Apollo goes down, traded back for a Tengu, and now the Apollos are going to do the thing that they do. This is what good allied players do. They utilize those Apollos to sneak in and pick off the weaker Tengus that are left over from these fights. We've seen this in 2 variants. One is what you just saw. The Apollo comes back in, or a fresh Apollo comes in, or when the Tengus transform, the bomb splitting comes in from the Vindicators, and that's where we can see these low health Tengus that almost escaped the fight get cleaned up, and in some cases it's 3, 4, 5 Tengus going down. Like 4 grand worth of Tengus getting eliminated in the last few seconds of the exchange. And because the fight has already happened, the Empire player is not looking to re-engage that fight full force. So those Tengus go down, 2, 3, 4 of them, with no answer. And we've seen that happen a number of times throughout this event. Either the Vindicators or the Apollos coming in to clean up the leftovers. 3rd airfield, 4th refinery. The numbers are looking good for Classic Noob because there has been no harassment. The Tengus are locked on the north side of the map, and we're only just now getting to the 5-minute mark. Point defense drones haven't even been available up to this point in the game. Apollo's getting overwhelmed. And don't worry, there's going to be 4 more on the map before you can blink. Classic Noob, though, will have point defense drones to contend with. As soon as Green Alert lands, or very soon thereafter, he's going to have point defense drones, but he doesn't have them yet. The Apollos will get shredded, traded back for a number of Tengus, and that is overwhelming force. Can Green Alert find the angle on this engagement? He did not transform. There's a Tengu, or there's a Vindicator sitting on the deck, and he does not exchange. 2 more Tengus go down, traded back for 1, 2 Apollos. It's working thus far, but wary of the next engagement. Green Alert should be. He's won these first little exchanges. He's won this first round of skirmishes. But I'm worried about the next 2 to 3 because I have seen history. Because I've seen this happen like 6 times in a row with this multi-airfield play from the allied players. Tengu's not going for the harass. I do feel like you can start to split off some of the Tengus. There's the point defense drones. 1 Harvester going to be going down. The Vindicator can start dropping some bombs, but it's not going to be quick. These Tengus are all full health, and they have those point defense drones as well, so they're absorbing those bombs, but the indecision, you can feel it in Green Alert as he keeps turning around. There's the big transform. He needs to get out of here. I don't know that he's going to win this fight if he just fights with the Apollos one-on-one like this. He gets a couple of more kills. The MCV is moving. Is he getting pushed away? The Imperial Warriors have not been stopped just yet. The Tengu's turning into the main base. And it doesn't look like Green Alert is doing any expanding behind this. Okay, he is. He's got his 4th refinery on the way. That is one of the moves that you can make behind this kind of a play, is to expand behind it. And now the Apollos are going to be fighting over top of an airfield, getting the repairs there versus the point defense drones. And in theory, the Tengus should win, but the Apollos are fighting so incredibly well. They may not have the numbers, but they have got the firepower as another Apollo comes in, and just like that, Green Alert's air forces get swept away, crashing down onto an airfield that needs Imperial Warriors to finish it off. If he had gotten the kill on the refinery with those Tengus, then I feel like it definitely would have been worth it. But when you just kill off the airfield, I don't know if that is worth it. We'll see how it does in the next couple of moments here. If this MCV goes down, it's definitely worth it, because then that takes away a huge component of the Allied force. Apollo's on Overwatch. Okay, this refinery looks like it's going down. The MCV has been forced off, so this actually does now feel like it's worth it for Green Alert. It feels like he got a much better exchange out of that. Kill the Harvester. Don't let the build radius return. Now, on the flip side of things, Green Alert is buying himself a ton of time. It felt like Classic Noob was the one buying himself some time. Okay, a Harvester gets frozen and killed off. Maybe Green Alert isn't buying himself as much time as I was thinking. But, okay, the command hub is going to go down. He doesn't get the cash back from selling it off. He doesn't get to maintain the build radius. He's going to have to bring his MCV back over. And these bomb splittings are just perfect from Classic Noob. They're at least consistent. Maybe I shouldn't say they're perfect. They're probably not perfect, but they are consistent, and he is consistently splitting those bombs. Again, something that I appreciate about good Allied players. And there's the rebuild of that Harvester. So the Apollo's coming back through, and now we're past the 9-minute mark. Cryocopters have not made an appearance, but I also don't think we have Tier 2 from the Empire player. Okay, yes, Cryocopters have made an appearance. There we go. It's not just the Cryo shot that is firing down. It is the Cryocopters as well. The Apollos are here. There's going to be the Emperor's Rage. He's going to try and take on these Apollos. They've got a great concave here against these Tengus, and you can see the Tengus, even with very good numbers, with point defense drones, with Emperor's Rage, the Apollos just shred them. Empire players have got to learn this lesson, and it's very difficult to find the winning engagement versus this many Apollos. One Yari mini-sub, though, doing massive damage. The Harvester does go down back on the Green Alert side of the map. He loses another Harvester, and without adequate anti-air defense, it looks like he's going to be losing this refinery as well. Classic Noob hasn't taken his own oil derrick this entire game. That oil derrick has remained uncaptured. Classic Noob going to be forcing the sell-off. It looks like the Imperial Warriors able to get the attack on that refinery. This Yari mini-sub doing massive damage against the infrastructure of the Allied player. This airfield is about to be within suicide range of that Yari mini-sub. He can just crash into this. If he gets very much damage done, if you try to bomb him out, he will just knock down this airfield. He might just get the kill on this. Okay, there's the sell-off of the airfield. Gets $100 back. And Green Alert coming alive in this game number 3. He may need to be down 0-2 in this series. He may have already lost his series versus Classic Noob. But Green Alert is not going down without a fight. And he is knocking Classic Noob for a loop. Classic Noob is still in this game, absolutely. And even though Green Alert has technically an income advantage over Classic Noob, I would not say that this is an easy or a one game by any stretch for Classic Noob, or for Green Alert. The income advantage that you see there is not entirely real when you consider how many units have gone down. A lot of that income advantage that Green Alert has been eliminated through the loss of units over the course of this game. He does have 10k of army, and as we've talked about many times before, with Apollos, depending on where the fight happens, that Apollo army value is fake. And of course, a lot of these fights have been happening in the air, so the Apollo army value is absolutely real in that case. The Tengu's going to be coming in to defend this Harvester. They will have to use a lot of bombs. No, they won't. There's a Cryocopter here. Of course they won't have to use a lot of bombs. The Apollos need to come in to finish off the Tengu. It looks like they will get that kill. No, they peel off, and they will look for another target. IFV's moving through the middle of the map. Tank Buster's going to be able to get their surprise out here in the middle. Surprise to the IFV as the Apollo will get smashed to bits as it crashes down onto the ground. A good couple of moments there for Green Alert, but he's going to need a few more exchanges like that, Classic Noob just says, I don't care. He's like, you can go ahead and kill my main base. I am going to freeze down your entire main base, which is worth a lot more. Cryogeddon comes in. The MCV is going to get frozen. Cryocopters reacquiring their target. As the Vindicators come by, they're going to distract some of these choppers, some of these strikers on the ground, and that's basically just it. It's a Cryogeddon into a triple Cryocopter, and that it almost literally does not matter from this point forward. Green Alert has to do everything with the units that you see on the map. What you see is what you get effectively for this Empire player. A couple of more units coming out of that dojo, and these IFVs now targeting down the strikers who are trying to kill off these returning air units. They will get some of them, but they won't get all of them. The Cryocopters returning to base, and that's a big freeze coming in for them. Tank Busters now on top of these units, but you need more Tank Busters because there's just too many Cryocopters. A well-fought and a good game to Green Alert. That one was within his hands, but they got frozen off and they got knocked out of his hands. Classic Noob gets an ice-cold victory against Green Alert. This series is heating up like these crash sites on Mers Landing. And you can say what you want about games 1 and 2. Classic Noob deserved those victories. But that game 3, Green Alert actually outplayed Classic Noob, and it was that 1-2 punch. Cryogeddon and 3 Cryocopters swooping in, and the unfortunate thing is that Green Alert did not have the Tengus on standby or the VXs in his base to fight that out. And that's where Classic Noob had maneuvered himself almost out of the game, but he had maneuvered himself into this, like, he had not quite one shot left, but Green Alert was tipping things in his favor, and Classic Noob had this angle on a game-ending move. And credit to Classic Noob for, number 1, seeing the angle, and then number 2, being able to execute it quickly, because he was like, I've got a Cryogeddon ready, I cross the map, my Apollos are on Overwatch to stop any anti-air that's in the sky, and I've got these 3 Cryocopters, which is, you know, that's expensive. That's like 5,400. That is a serious investment for an Allied player to get 3 Cryocopters to the opponent's base. Green Alert was not able to stop it, and so Classic Noob does get the outplay, but that was by far the closest game of this series thus far, and that does feel a little bit like a robbery, with the Cryogeddon coming in and doing a huge amount of that work. And yeah, Green Alert should have spaced his buildings out a little bit more. He should have had a little bit better map awareness to know that that attack was an imminent threat, and he should have had better anti-air, but he did play very well other than that in that game. The wall's coming in, the Mecha Bay is here, and the MCV is possibly very much no more. Yeah, we got ourselves an MCV cell on our hands. Green Alert says we are going fast and furious here in game number 4. I'm either going to get my first win in a resounding victory, or I'm going to end this series with a big bang, and we're going to go out with a fight. Once again, the oil derrick being ignored by the Allied player, but also he does have 2 Vindicators, so he can bomb out this engineer if he wants to. War Factory already up and running. 3rd Refinery already up and running. The Imperial Warriors, the early gameplay from the Empire player, has not been able to do anything, and that is an oil derrick secure. Very nicely done there by Green Alert. He does manage to get that capture, and there is multi-gunner turret must be ready. Does he not actually have one on the field? Okay, so it's just going to be the Riptides, and it's just going to be the IFV's walls, a very powerful zoning tool versus this army as well. There's a number of tank busters that can cut through those walls, but of course the strikers can't do anything against the walls, at least not while they're on the ground. And they do need to be on the ground to push away those Vindicators. The Apollos will shred the Strikers if they jump into the sky. And there's 4 Strikers here. That is quite a bit of anti-air. Dogs into the Riptides. I love this move from Classic Noob. He is going to also bring the... No, he's not bringing the Harvester to the fight. These walls kind of working against Classic Noob, but of course he can sell them off as he desires. This refinery is not going to be long for this world if Classic Noob doesn't do something to save it. Vindicator's taking big damage before the fight has even really kicked off. And this refinery now down below 10 HP, 10% HP, I should say, as the dogs come in. Bark only lands on 2 units. Not a big win for the allied player, and Green Alert has found an angle into this fight. And is he just going to back off and let the allied player rebuild? Green Alert, he is just about out of cash, and he is just about ready to crack open the front door, but Tier 2 is here. The Cryocopters could be on the way. The go time is now. The Vindicators come in, but they do survive the first bombing run. The VXs were too far back, and one Tsunami pays the price. The others are moving forward. The Imperial Warriors not really participating in this fight. The Tank Busters not really participating in this fight. A Striker and a Tsunami getting trapped against the terrain, and the Guardian tank getting gunned down, but the Vindicators come in. They have done their duty. Our army forces of Green Alert fall apart here as the Allied army picks the Empire apart. The crash down will destroy this MCV. The VXs die a little bit too far away. The MCV survives, and the dogs clean up the Tank Busters. It is a perfect 4-0 clean sweep for Classic Noob. Green Alert goes out fighting, but he will drop into that 4th seed position, and this is the playoffs bracket. This will be the matches that we see in the playoffs. A huge thank you to Tim and MediaStorm for supporting Red Alert 3 and for sponsoring this event. A huge thank you to Drive for the graphic design, to Double Evil for the Battlescry overlay system, to Edvin for adminning a lot of these games and refereeing the CCO qualifier, and to the Battle.net admins for refereeing the Battle.net side of the qualifier. This is it for qualification games. They are all done, and we are jumping into playoffs. I'm so excited to see the 63 to 117 games that will come out of playoffs. Thank you all very much for watching. Without your viewership, none of these events would happen. So thank you all very much for watching and for enjoying the Red Alert 3 action. This is Sybert, signing out.